All right, guys. Thank you, and let's get started. So, what we were doing last time, we were covering some networking topics, and we have done some labs here. First lab, which was public, subnet to private subnet, and then we went for VNet labs. Work. Okay, so yeah, that worked. I will just and move some of the screens there. And that was state-of-the-art diagram um, showing that subnets talk to each other automatically. And within a VNet, then we also talked about breakdown. Then we talked about bastion hosts that you can create a separate subnet with a public IP, and then you can give private IP to all the virtual machines, and through bastion host you can connect to any private IP based virtual machines. And we talked about its pros and cons. Really pros. The cons is that so we talked about bastion, and there its benefits are that you can connect with public IP, and then all the virtual machines do not have to be on public IP, and they can be on private IPs. Also, you can connect through a browser to any machine, and you don't need to download the RDP client or use the RDP client. Sometimes some public machines have RDP client blocked, so then Bastion host can really be useful. So we did that lab. And the cons, as I was saying, that it's a bit more expensive. For big companies, it's nothing, it's peanuts. So other than that, yeah, we did the Boston thing. Azure point-to-site VPN. Then we did the VPN, and in Azure point-to-site VPN, we configured the VPN server on our side, and then we connected through from client to the server. Now, what we need to do is one more thing, and that is a bit more exciting and a bit longer lab. Um, but there was that lab I was talking about that you can have a virtual machine in the cloud, and you can have a virtual machine on premises, and then they can be active and passive virtual machines. So obviously, I'm going to explain the whole thing. On premises to cloud, on premises to Azure cloud, that is, cloud VM sync slash failover. Because okay, so what is this? Why are we doing this? So if we go to the diagram here, and what are we talking about? Is that suppose you have a Toronto branch here, and Toronto branch, and you have here, suppose, a lot of machines. So first of all, you have here a hypervisor. If you don't know what's a hypervisor, that hypervisor is software that hosts virtual machines. So hypervisor, and we're going to be using Hyper-V 2 and today. So hypervisor, the only purpose of hypervisor is to host virtual machines and to use the full hardware capacity of the physical machine. So suppose there's one physical machine, and inside that physical machine, there's no operating system, just a hypervisor software directly installed. Then you have virtual machines inside. So the virtual machines can be print server or file server or web server, just like they used to be on the physical machines. But just to remove the uh, requirement of a lot of physical machines and hypervisor or virtualization was introduced. Now these guys are so this is, excuse me, this is a physical machine. Um, and these are physical machines and these are virtual machines. So suppose you have this kind of network. It's not suppose, I mean, pretty much every company which has their own data center uh, have this, one or second type of hypervisor. Either they have VMware ESXi hypervisors. So the name of the hypervisor of a company called VMware is ESXi. Okay, let me just explain a little more and then we go ahead. So hypervisors, the one purpose of hypervisor is to host virtual machines in a physical machine on top of physical machine. Multiple virtual machines can be hosted, right? Just like we created lots of virtual machines on Azure. On premises, it does the same thing. And then there is the hypervisor. So hypervisor equals. So many companies have created their hypervisors. So hypervisor of VMware is called ESXi. So VMware's hypervisor is called ESXi, and Microsoft's hypervisor is called Microsoft's hypervisor is called Hyper-V. Many companies have created their hypervisor versions, right? Now, obviously, that's why whichever data center, whichever company, suppose you join or you are already working in, they would have a hypervisor installed, and on top of that, virtual machines are installed. So, where are we going with this? And that is, suppose you have Azure here or AWS. So AWS class, AWS Solutions Architect Associate, and AWS Security 2-in-1 courses are starting at, and Google Cloud just intro course, but others are full courses. So AWS courses are starting next week after this class 3 to 7. Wow, my Saturday. Anyway, so like Azure admin and Azure security we are doing. So now I'm starting AWS Solutions Architect Associate, which is like administration as well. Lots and lots of labs. As you know, that AWS is the top service provider. Second best is Azure. Okay. Anyway, your resume should have. My suggestion is your resume should have AWS and Azure courses and certifications. Okay, so back to what we were talking about. We have Toronto branch, which has hypervisor and some virtual machines. So then we have that same company has purchased Azure cloud services. In Azure, that company wants to create a virtual machine that has a synchronization enabled on premises. Ooh, again, what? So this is Azure VM virtual machine, right? And Azure VM. So these are Hyper-V VMs, Hyper-V virtual machines, or VMware virtual machines. Now that's another discussion. Like either you have VMware virtualization deployed in your data center, or you have Hyper-V virtualization deployed on data centers, your company data center. So suppose you have Hyper-V virtual machines or VMware virtual machines. If you have VMware virtual machines, now there was uh, so why uh, what are scenarios of this topic? Again, first of all, let me just give you this scenario that our scenario is that if the company has data center of their own and they have cloud subscription as well, and they have virtual machines up there in the cloud, and they have virtual machines down there in the data center. And what about if the company says that they want to have one virtual machine in the in on-premises environment that has synchronization configured with a cloud virtual machine. Now, this in some of the documentation, Microsoft calls this also a migration of an on-premises virtual machine to the cloud. I mean, this is another form of migration as well. But right now, what I'm talking about is that suppose this is the active virtual machine on premises in the local branch, on premises Toronto branch. So this is active VM, and suppose that other machine is passive VM. This is actually passive standby, right? VM. So the active VM, whatever is going on in active VM, whatever changes users are connecting and making changes here, all those changes are being synchronized uh, and here in the passive or standby virtual machines, provided that you have very good bandwidth. Nowadays, companies have very good bandwidth, obviously. And also, if suppose you have express route there, which we will be talking about as well, that you have an actual very expensive but very high speed lease line, and that express route you are connected. Your branch is connected to the nearest Azure data center. Azure data center, right? So that's how. And how does the express route really gets connected? Like your suppose you're connected, your branch, Toronto branch is connected to an ISP, internet service provider. Here we have Rogers, we have Bell, we have loads and loads of other ISPs. So ISPs would put express route, Azure express route routers specifically for you. Obviously, you will be paying the ISP, you will be paying Azure. Big companies with big budgets have that, or small companies with big budgets. Main thing is big budget would have that. So your branch will connect to the ISP, and in the ISP, you will ISP will provide you the Azure Express Route routers that would be sending your data real fast ISP to telecom, and to maybe there are multiple telecoms between the nearest Azure data center and your data center. Maybe another telecom comes here. Maybe they're in America, or they are in well, in Canada Central. There is a region, so it would be maybe only Bell Telecom would be there, and then nearest Azure Center would be reached. I think it's in Quebec, right? In central Canada, in Quebec, there's a Azure data center, big Azure data center, right? So your branch would be connected through ISP, through telecom, maybe another telecom or the same telecom to the nearest Azure data center. Whatever way you're connected, or from directly from internet with a good speed, good bandwidth. So you have a virtual machine that whatever changes you make in this virtual machine, those modifications or deltas, we can also call them deltas, are synchronized to the passive or standby virtual machine. And with active passive virtual machine, we already know what happens. Suppose the active virtual machine is down, so the services on this are failed over to the passive or standby virtual machine. So this is kind of a stunt that I'm been doing in the lab as well. It's not a stunt, obviously. If the companies can do it, we can do it as well, right? It's just the willingness to go ahead and recklessness to go ahead. It's again willingness to go ahead. So the thing is that uh, active passive virtual machine, yes, we did this lab. Our previous lab of active passive virtual machines was that we had Europe West, or we had uh, Canada East here and Canada Central here, and we had a virtual machine partner created over the cloud. So we were our virtual machine was synchronizing to another virtual machine in the cloud, but on another region. So obviously these applications are asynchronous applications, but our previous lab was cloud to cloud virtual machine synchronization and failover. So remember that we failed over. This was the active virtual machine, and this was the passive virtual machine there. And then it took some time for the passive to be created on another region in the cloud, Azure cloud, and then we failed over our active virtual machine to a passive virtual machine. So we did that already. But what we didn't do till now is that from cloud to an on-premises uh, same company virtual machine. So Azure is from Microsoft. Hyper-V hypervisor is from Microsoft as well. But hypervisor provides hosting to virtual machines on premises in the data centers, right? So this time our scenario is that can we make a virtual machine that has its active partner or passive partner in the cloud? And what would be the benefit of that? What would be the benefit of having a on-premises virtual machine with its active or passive partner in the cloud? It's the same thing. So just like in from cloud to cloud we failed over, why would we ever want to fail over? If there's an outage on the suppose this is a Canada Central region and this is the Canada East region, right? Or some other region, Europe West, Europe East, right? So if somehow there's an outage on the region level and the whole region is gone, so the services Microsoft says will be failed over to passive region, and then Microsoft will let you know, okay, your machines are available now. So that's the same thing here as well. That suppose you have the active virtual machine in your local branch, the on-premises, and you have a passive virtual machine in the cloud, and somehow there's a branch level outage. So the services could be failed over to Azure cloud. That's one thing, that the active virtual machine working inside the branch uh, has that network has an outage and you want to failover. That's why you would want to create a partner virtual machine in the cloud. Obviously, your bandwidth should be good. It should not be a very big machine like databases or something. Or if it is, um, you should have the good bandwidth. Or maybe you can have Express Route, which is also an Azure service that costs you a lot, gives you very, very good stable bandwidth. So either you want to this setup to be done if there's an outage on the on-premises level, maybe there's an outage on the cloud level, and you want to fail over back to the branch, right? So in that case, you would want this kind of setup. The other thing Microsoft also mentions in their document that another scenario is that if you actually want to migrate that virtual machine to the cloud. So it's strange. You're making active passive partner, but Microsoft says that this also can be done for migration. That's one form of migration. There are other types of migrations as well. But if you want to migrate a virtual machine from on premise to cloud, right? So in that case, it's also possible. How? Okay, so you suppose you have this on-premises virtual machine, and this is a file server with very critical files, and you want to create its secondary standby passive partner virtual machine in the cloud, right? So now this virtual machine is a exact copy, not exact because this is synchronization. I think you guys, you all know that what type of synchronization, what type of replication is this? Is it a synchronous replication or asynchronous replication? Anyone knows that? Is it a synchronous replication or asynchronous replication? Mean the on-premises virtual machine, the cloud virtual machine. Question because I needed a sip of the tea. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Okay. It is asynchronous replication, which means it's not a same time replication. Same time replication happens in a fast network. So VMware virtual machines or Hyper-V virtual machines on the in the same LAN network, which is very fast, obviously faster than WAN network, wide area network. Obviously, there that would have synchronous replication. This one has asynchronous replication. So asynchronous replication, asynchronous replication, right? Now this asynchronous replication happens, and then so suppose, as I was saying before, that you have active machine here and passive machine here, and you want this active machine to fail over here. So this would be then the new active machine. This would be the passive machine. Passive is always a copy of active machine, right? Suppose you make this an active machine, you pretty much migrated the on-premises virtual machine in the cloud, because first this was the active machine and all users were connecting here. You made its copy virtual machine, partner virtual machine, standby virtual machine here in the cloud. Then you failed over the services, which means that now all the end users will connect to this virtual machine instead of the on-premises. They will all connect to that, and whatever changes they make will be synchronized back as deltas to the on-premises virtual machine. So this means that if the services are failed over to the cloud, and this copy virtual machine or standard virtual machine is now active, so pretty much it is migrated to the cloud. So this is one type of migration as well. But obviously, it's a one machine migration, few virtual machines migrations you can do like this. Suppose you have 1,000 virtual machines that you need to migrate on a large scale. Then Microsoft has bigger setups there to let you do the migrations. In fact, uh, when there's a big network, so Azure, VMware on Azure. I went for VMware. Okay, the Azure VMware solution. So VMware to Azure migration solutions, Azure VMware solution. So this is on large scale that you would want to move virtual machines. You should have then a large scale network for the virtual machines. Key capabilities of Azure VMware solution, cluster recovery, key components of Azure VMware solution. So vSphere, NSX, HCX, and vSAN. So it's a pretty expensive, big environment that you would have on premises that you would want to move to cloud. So they have a lot of, you know, they have many types of then solutions to migrate VMware virtual machines. Now, the main part of this solution is that you can move. And why am I talking about VMware? Because 80% of the companies which have their data centers actually have VMware in their data centers. So if they want to move large scale, suppose they have 10,000 virtual machines in the company and they want to move more virtual machines in lesser time. So then you have to, then there's a bigger solution. The best part is that if you're a VMware administrator, right? My VMware course is on the channel as well, my channel as well. Well, it's going to be converted to members only. Membership fee is only $15 per month. But anyway, My suggestion is do try to know how VMware is set up in your own lab. Okay, anyway, so the good part here is if you're a VMware administrator and you're a VMware expert, you did learn Azure as well. When you move the virtual machine, VMware virtual machine up there, maybe the company still wants to have the VMware network or VMware configured on premises still. They're not totally going to cloud yet. So this means that VMware experts should know how VMware works, VMware virtual machines works, VMware um, technologies, disaster recovery, business continuity technologies work, like HA, high availability, DRS, distributed resource scheduler, and fault tolerance, FT, all those, how do they work in VMware? And then when you move them on Azure, so underlying technology is still Azure. You should know Azure high availability features that Azure provides, right? Cross-region replication, cross-zone replication of virtual machines, and high availability, right? So on top is VMware virtual machines, and in the bottom it would be Azure infrastructure on top of which VMware virtual machines will work. So it becomes complicated. You need to know more VMware and you need to know a lot of Azure as well, just to implement that. Right? So the thing is that, excuse me, we are trying to do here is a bit small scale. Uh, and that's also a long lap, but we're not going this big. But here, this was just an example of cloud to cloud migration, which we did already. Cloud to cloud active passive machine configuration. We did already. Migration would mean that from one subscription to another in Azure or from AWS to Azure. I saw some administrators on internet talk about one virtual machine is on Azure, one virtual machine on AWS, and they've been synchronizing those as well. So uh, same thing I heard about in the branches that one virtual machine is Hyper-V and other environment is VMware, and they are doing synchronization between Hyper-V virtual machine and totally different companies, right? Microsoft Hyper-V and VMware's ESXi hypervisors. So anyway, that is also possible. When you search the internet, yes, that is possible. So back to scenarios here that if a few virtual machines need to be synchronized, main purpose was having an active partner and passive partner, active in on premises and passive in the cloud, right? That is the main purpose. And then active, if this on-premises branch is not available, you fail over to cloud, and all users should connect to cloud, right? But then Microsoft says that few virtual machine migration, this is also a way to migrate them as well. So that those are the two scenarios here that I was going to talk about. So let's try to do this lab. What we need to do is we need to install. In fact, we may have that virtual machine where we installed a domain controller. Um, or I'll install a quickly new virtual machine with a Windows 2019 or 2016 or 2022 operating system. And inside that, we're going to enable VMware. Did I say VMware? Inside, we will enable Hyper-V here. And inside Hyper-V, we're going to create a virtual machine. In that virtual machine, we will try to make a partner, its partner in the cloud as well. Right? So that's the scenario. And then we'll try to failover. Sometimes Hyper-V is very responsive and sometimes it's not. But you should know the whole, mechanism of what kind of services you need to enable here in Azure and what kind of services you need to enable in Hyper-V environment. If it was VMware one or two virtual machines, then there's always a converter here as well. I suppose I go there and check this. Convert VMware virtual machine to Hyper-V virtual machine. So there are converters. Convert VMware virtual machine to Hyper-V virtual machine. Obviously, Hyper-V would be, Microsoft would be offering that because you're converting a rival company's virtual machine to to Hyper-V virtual machines. And there's another converter that converts Hyper-V virtual machines to VMware virtual machines. VMware offers that because obviously it would be the benefit of VMware if you're converting some virtual machines from their rivals. So this is offered by Microsoft. Convert using the wizard, and then you convert a full virtual machine. If once you have converted the virtual machine from VMware to Hyper-V, then what I'm going to show you, then you can do that, right? Which is know how to then make a partner virtual machine in Azure for your Hyper-V on-premises virtual machine. So hopefully you understood the scenario and the discussion that was going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this environment. So I'm going to be creating this environment first, and in this environment, I'll be quickly installing a VMware virtual machine, and then I'll be going for configurations in the cloud step by step. That what we need to, how do we need to prepare the cloud for this, right? ONK. So let us go ahead and try to uh, uh, achieve that. So let's create, I'm just going to create another diagram now. Make a screenshot of this. Okay, also a name here. So Hyper-V VM replica in Azure and failover. So it's kind of tough to really make it all happen. Sometimes we have to T-shoot as well, but it's been working. Once all the errors are overcome, and been able to successfully do that multiple times before as well. So I will put it here, and so that's our overall scenario. I'll put it in WhatsApp as well. Okay, so now let's get going. Obviously, my suggestion is to do aggressively all the labs yourself, without the fear of, oh, I'll be charged $2, $3. I mean, this much we spend on coffees anyway, right? So, but once you do the lab, your confidence level really starts flying. We have done a lab successfully, right? And that confidence you will really, really need during the interviews. If you have done it, your confidence is good. If you have never done it, confidence will not be that good during the interviews or when you're doing the projects. Let's get going, and I'm going to go ahead and create another diagram where um, we're tracking our progress. So first, let's pretend that we have a Toronto branch, and here we have Toronto branch. And here we have a virtual machine. Here we have a physical machine, and on top of this physical machine, we have a hypervisor. Uh, and this, on top of this hypervisor, we have a virtual machine. That's how it is in production environments. So that one virtual machine, we're gonna have, it could be a member server as well. For all we are concerned with, we don't need to create a domain controller here, which has Active Directory, which gives authentication, right? So what we're gonna do is, what we're gonna do is, this is going to have Windows Server installed, and inside the Windows Server there would be Hyper-V installed, obviously, and inside the Hyper-V there will be a virtual machine installed, and that virtual machine's partner will be created in Azure Cloud. What happened? Timothy is asking what happens. Can't get in. Try again, please. Okay, so we're gonna go for this now, the setup, and all I need is a Windows operating system, and I will um, then create the whole thing. So let's just first create the branch side of setup, and then go for the Azure side of setup. We need to create a vault there in Azure, just like for the backup vault. There's a vault. There's for replica, or need to create a vault as well. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and where we're going to do this setup, we're going to do this in VMware, right? So I'm just going to press Windows and D. And then first I will just empty my recycle bin, which has nothing to do with this lab. And then we're going to go for VMware workstation. So we're going for this VMware workstation. Now, I may have that virtual machine that we created at the start of the course, but I don't need that. In fact, I only need a new virtual machine with Windows deployed. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly install a Windows Server 2016, 2019, 2022, whichever, it doesn't really matter. They all work the same way. So we're going to pretend that we have one virtual machine in our branch that needs to be synchronized to a virtual machine in the cloud in Azure. So for that, we need to have one virtual machine available. But either it could be a VMware virtual machine or a Hyper-V virtual machine. In our case, we're going to go for a Hyper-V virtual machine. Next, I'll just try to I'm going to install a Windows operating system, but you may remember that I went for a workaround. With this workaround, there's a known error that comes if you just deploy the operating system here and it's start installation. So an error comes, so we can avoid that error by going this way. So I'm just going to go for I will install the operating system later. And again, we're pretending that we have a local branch here, and we have a Hyper-V there. We have a Hyper-V virtualization solution there, and inside Hyper-V we have one virtual machine, and its partner needs to be up in the cloud. Right? So I'm gonna go for 2019. If you don't see 2019, go for 2016. It's also okay. It just loads the universal drivers of that operating system. Next, and then Azure 2-in-1 password and 07 Jan 2023. So I'm just putting some kind of application which class this virtual machine belongs to. And second thing is that what is the space I have here? I really need some space. 91 GB available. Okay. All right. So in C drive, yeah. Next, and I'll go for 200 GB, but it's uh, thin provision, so it's not going to take that much space. It's only going to take that much space whichever the software needs. So the software we're installing is Windows. Windows needs 12 GB, 10 to 12 GB, so that much space it's going to actually take, not 200 GB. Okay, and I'll go for store the disk as a single file, and then next, and customize hardware. I might want to push it. I have 16 GB RAM here, so I'll go for 8 GB here. But that really slows down everything else, so I'll go for 4 GB. I'll keep it on NAT. I'm still deciding, 4 or 8, 4 or 8, 4 or 8. Okay, 8. Because the instruction procedure also takes a lot of RAM. I have SSD drive on my laptop, so it should be fast. So 8 GB RAM, 2 processors, and NAT, which provides internet to this virtual machine. I'll click the close button and it should start. Remember that we did not give the OS, so we have to give, when we power on, it's going to give error. So if this message comes up, just no. Even if you click yes, it doesn't matter. All right. So it says, hey, where's the operating system? Remember that we are doing a workaround. Otherwise, it's going to give an error. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to give the path of the operating system here somehow. Then the license message does not appear anymore or error. I'm just going to go settings. I need to just give the path of the operating system while the machine is on and looking for an operating system path. So I'm going to go for CD DVD. I'll select these two guys here, connected and connected power on, and ISO browser, and then I'm going to search for an operating system ISO here. If I have whichever 2022, really? Oh, I have 2016 as well. Oh, whichever you have, it's 2016 and 2022, they will all work the same way exactly. We just need to have a Hyper-V installed. 2022 Hyper-V, I would be really excited to know how does it look like. Otherwise, 2016, 2019, they also have the same Hyper-V pretty much. Right? So I'll go for 2022 since I have it. Otherwise, I would have gone for 2016 or 2019. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, this is going to be the first time that I'm going to use the Hyper-V for 2022. Hopefully, it's not make any issue for me. I'm just going to press O and K. Then I'm just going to restart this machine so it could grab the operating system. It's going to say here, press any key to continue. Here we go. And I pressed any key to continue. And now it's on its way to install Windows Server 2022. And that is not compulsory again and again and again and again. I'm saying if anyone following or will follow later, you can have 2016, 2019 installed, or you can just download 2022 while you're watching, and then when the video comes up, you can read the lab fastly.com. I should just go for fastly.ca. Then I don't know what to do with that domain. Anyway, so yeah, here I'll just quickly go for on Canada. So it just corrects the time zone as well. Install now and customize. So this is the part. Seriously, I put it on 8 GB. Okay. So standard. Obviously, we need a desktop experience. So it could be a standard desktop or data center. It doesn't matter. So I'm just gonna go for standard desktop experience, right? Creating a problem for me. Just pressed enter. And accept next. I'm not upgrading, so I'm just gonna go for customize. And yeah, so that's 200 GB space that I gave. How many VMs are you installing? Francis? Well, I'm installing just one VM. Inside this, I'm going to install Hyper-V. Inside Hyper-V, I'm going to install one virtual machine. Yeah, so it's still one VM. But it's going to be virtualization inside virtualization. So there was a workaround for letting Hyper-V install inside a VMware. I'm going to check. Well, processor. Man, this okay. I will have to check that. Utilize Intel VT, EPT on or AMD VRI. So when the machine is shut down at any next stage, so then I'm going to click that virtualize Intel VT. This has to be enabled for the Hyper-V to be deployed inside VMware because VMware is a hypervisor and Hyper-V is a hypervisor, and they are both rival companies. So you will see an error if I try to install Hyper-V inside an operating system which is living inside VMware. They're both rival hypervisors. Okay, anyway, so this is installing, and we don't need to really wait for it. Now, what we need to do is, so what we are doing, we can just track our progress here. We are, so this is the outside hypervisor. Inside this, we are installing a Windows server. Once the Windows server is installed, then we're going to install Hyper-V inside that. And for that, we need to enable that Intel VT option. And then after that, we're going to install virtual machine. Now, for my VMware lab for Humber College, where I was teaching that, the classes will start this week for the next batch. So we were having issues installing ESXi with the latest laptops. So I hope that doesn't happen here with Hyper-V. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster. Actually, VMware is not supporting many of the personal laptop processors. Anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Now we're on this stage where we have a VMware workstation which is representing this physical server, and then we're installing a virtual machine with Windows Server inside. Right? So while this is going on, what do we need to do? So we're gonna log into our um, Azure environment, and what do we need to do inside our and Azure environment? So what on the network side, what on the storage side we need to do? That is the question. So what we're going to do is we're going to log into Azure now, and we're going to create a VNet. So we would need to create obviously a source group, a VNet, and man, I need to move close a lot of stuff here, and I should never give 8 GB. Anyway, so Azure, inside Azure, we need a VNet. We're gonna Last week we created a VNet, right, with one subnet inside, default subnet, and inside that, also we're gonna create a storage account. Oh, storage account. We're also going to create a vault. So on the other screen, I'm trying to close a lot of browsers because um, it's wreaking havoc. Wreaking havoc. Sorry, on my side. While we're talking about that, this is just uh, next week, 14 Jan, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 7 p.m. I'm starting AWS Solutions Architect Associate and AWS Security 2-in-1 with those will be full courses, and cloud intro course will be. So yeah, it would be there are so many latest features that have arrived. AWS Solutions Architect Associate, AWS is the top CSP. So it's a good opportunity, and your resume should have AWS Solutions Architect Associate plus security as well. Suggestion. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close the whole thing because I really need some more. So I put this browser on just to close it so I could gain some more speed here on my laptop. Is really closing it. Okay, so when we says, is there any class that is like 2.5 hours? Oh, so hey, everyone is going for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 4 hours too much? No, 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the evening. Now that is too much. So I'm gonna be doing that on Saturdays. But yeah, four. If it is gonna be 2.5 hours or 3 hours, then I should have two classes in the week, right? Uh, that's the problem. I mean, normally when I used to have 4 hours, I used to have two classes in the week, 4 hours each. So this kind of big labs or more topics can be covered with more hours, but yeah, I can try to go for 2 days a week. Let's see if it's three hours. Yeah, the course will finish faster. Could start another course. It will be beneficial for me as well. But for now, it is 4 hours because yeah, I will ask on the day one production days next class. So ask that if the student can also come on any one weekday 3 hours, and then we can make it 3 hours, 3 hours. Oh, okay, guys. So let's just go ahead and create. I'm just going to check that here. Oh, it's still on 67%. Seriously. So it's crawling like a what? Okay. So guys, let's create a VNet here, and then we're going to make sure that it is Canada Central and the resource group, obviously. So it's going to go ahead and oh, that's why I have Opera as well started. Seriously, I mean my machine is too slow right now, so I'm just trying. Hopefully it close is. Oh, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll just go ahead with the with oh man, so messed up. Okay, anyway, uh, I'll just create the VNet now. So how to create a VNet? I'll just go to my Azure environment, and there, come on, come on. Okay, Microsoft portal.office.com. So once I'm logged in from the correct account, it's cloud. No, not this. I'll connect with the correct. It was biryani. Wow, you spelled it wrong. Seriously. Right. Once this MS Office account logs in, then I will open the Azure that is connected to this one, the IaaS. This is a SaaS-based services account, and I'm going to open another one, and that would be portal.azure.com, and that portal. Okay, portal.com, and it should then be okay to right there. Okay, now I'm inside Azure, and the first place to visit is my favorite one. This is management uh, plus billing. So I'm scared now, and Really? What happened? Cost versus your subscriptions. Okay. Add Pokemon and loader. Right. Anyway, it's not in the mood to give me the correct information. I'm just gonna go to the VNet and just virtual network. I'll just create that. So virtual networks is here. I'll go ahead and create a virtual network. So last time we created VNet peering, and before that also we created VNet. So I'm going to create a resource group here, and that would be 07 Jan 2023 RG dash and dash CEA Cloud Engineers Academy SONK and VNet 1 dash cover. So yep, just name it anything. Canada East, no. Canada Central. That's where we are. Go for always the nearest test region, right? So um, now I'm just going to go for IP addresses. As we know already, default range is okay, default subnet is okay, no problem here. Go for security. We're not enabling bastion holes, distributed denial of service attacks, protection, no, and firewall, no. Tags, we know how to use it, so we don't need to use it here. And running final validation passed, make sure the region is Canada Central, create. Okay. Your deployment is complete. I'm going to go to resource, or we can go through the portal menu and virtual networks. And there's the VNet here. So I'm going to check back here what happened to our on-premises environment. It's kind of uh, ready. And what is wrong with this guy? Some pop-up is really stopping it closing. So okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and there's one more thing here that I need to mention. Obviously, in fact, few more things. One is that keep it on NAT. So keep the VM on NAT. Second thing is, are you able to install Hyper-V? So we're going to check that quickly as soon as we log in. And then are we able to create a virtual machine inside Hyper-V? So that would be another question. Obviously, if you are able to install Hyper-V, then you should be able to create a virtual machine inside Hyper-V. Okay, what screen is that? Closing. And what screen is that? Cloud skills, deploy file share in Azure. Okay, so the machine is coming. Oh, there you go. So the machine is kind of ready. So I'll just go to administrator as the default account. small ABC, capital ABC shift 123 without shift 123. Also small ABC, capital ABC shift 123 without shift 123. And I'll just quickly log into that. This is Windows Server 2022. And I'll just go here to the Control or delete. Put the password, go. It should have, it is having NAT, so it will have connectivity. And so I need to make the screen a bit bigger here. So I'll just load the drivers quickly, which is the VMware tools. VMware tools will provide that. So I'm just gonna right click here and go for install VMware tools, and then the screen will be bigger here and here. Yes, for this. It should also not be a trial version, but we're just going to use it for today, so it's kind of okay, even if it's a trial version. Okay, there's the VMware tools popping up here. Suppose you miss it, so you can just go through the yellow folder here as well. I am deliberately missing it. Then I'm going for this PC. It's also showing me the D drive. I'll just go for D drive and double click that. Inside this virtual machine, we will be installing Hyper-V. Inside that Hyper-V hypervisor, we're going to install another virtual machine which will have its synchronized partner in Azure. So that's the whole environment getting created. Okay, so there's that pop-up for VMware, and next, next to install to, right. So it's going to install the drivers and everything. So it's going fine. Okay, what is this? Okay, Nick says in the chat, I have Hyper-V already installed on my laptop. Do I need to install VM in VMware Workstation? No. So Nick, if you have Hyper-V already installed, that's it. Just wait for me, and we're going to create a virtual machine together. All we need to do is how to connect the Hyper-V to the to Azure. So yeah, you don't have to do all this. Actually, I could have installed a Hyper-V inside this Windows 10, Windows 11 as well. But I have a lot going on here, so then removing it and some of the settings that I have for my laptop might be disturbed. So I just went for VMware and Windows, then Hyper-V, and then virtual machine. Going this way. And Naveed says where to download hypervisor. So Naveed, you don't have to download hypervisor. It is just if you have installed Windows here, like this, if you have a Windows installed, inside the Windows Hyper-V is built into it. Right? I'm going to show you now that within Windows 11 or Windows 10, there's a built-in Hyper-V, and there's Windows Server that I'm installing, there's built-in Hyper-V. All right. Okay, so I am also uh, so storage account. We need to create a storage account as well. We're gonna do that. Okay, so VMware Tools is installed. I'm gonna go for Control or Delete here, and YMC governance 123, leadership 123, enter. And when I'm going to try to install now the built-in Hyper-V hypervisor, so I'm expecting that it will give an error. Then I'm going to shut down this machine. I'm going to put Intel VT in the processor that checkbox enabled, and that can be enabled only when I shut down the machine, then restart this machine, and then try to install Hyper-V, and it should let me install. But right now, I just want to show you the error. That if you try to install Hyper-V, maybe they have changed that in latest VMware and latest Windows 2022. But I'm going to just show you that how to install a Hyper-V hypervisor inside with built inside Windows Server. So this is the dashboard here, and I'm going to go for Add Roles and Features. Oh, it's still loading. And I'm going to go for Dashboard, Server Manager, Dashboard, Add Roles and Features. Next, role-based or feature-based installation. Next. Okay, it's whatever weird name it got, and IP. What I need is I really need internet connection, right? Also, we can actually change the name here because that name will appear there in the cloud as well once it becomes a partner. I'm going to go for local server. I'm going to change its name at least. So change, and this on-prem Hyper-V. Is it not? Let me do that. On-prem VM. That's it. On-prem. Yeah. On-prem. On-prem-VM. I'll just put this name here. It should not be more than 15 characters. So yeah, it will restart now again. So if I go to the diagram, we have so Windows Server is installed. Now we are going to attempt Hyper-V installation, and then after that, inside the Hyper-V, then install virtual machine. So recovery services vault. So uh, inside this, we're going to create VNet. We're going to create default account, and then we're going to also create a recovery services vault. That recovery services vault offers actually, okay, Azure recovery services vault. It actually offers two major features. Two major features. One is backup, and the other is replication. It offers two of these. Recovery services vault, backup, and replication. How about 3-hour class on Saturday evening and 3-hour class for the new course? Thinking loud. And 3-hour class on the Monday evening. That would be late night because after office, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is possible. All right. So, oh man, then I have to change advertisement on all friends. YouTube. Uh, Instagram, Facebook. Okay. So yeah, the machine is back here. Small ABC, capital ABC, shift 1 to 3 without shift 1, 2, and 3. All right, so it has internet connection. Windows trial version, if it has internet connection, it becomes validated for 180 days or 6 months. This message is coming, which means it's a good news. Okay, so now we have changed the name here as well. We can try to install, we can attempt to install Hyper Y enter. Okay, so I don't only 3 hours on sets, only let the course end little late. It is okay. Oh, come on, man. Only 3 hours per week. That is not good. At least 4 hours per whole week. Yes. And it is very less. Then it will take forever. My labs are so big. I mean, I need to have more hours. In fact, it should be 6 hours per week, but I'm giving 4 hours per week per course. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna go for dashboard and then add roles and features. And next, role-based or feature-based installation. Yeah, no change here. Next. And now the name at least is good. On-prem VM. Next. And then this is the Hyper-V. Right? This is built into the Windows side operating system, which is Windows 10, 11, 7, and server side operating system is Windows Server 2016, 2019, 2022. Okay, so now after this, it's supposed to give an error because I haven't enabled one feature here. Unless I change something here. Oh yeah, there's an error. However, we cannot be installed. The processor does not have required virtualization capabilities. That's what I was talking about. That in the processor. So if you get this error, this means that you have to go to this virtual machine's processor settings and then select the Intel VT setting, and that can only be done through uh, that can only be clicked when you shut down this machine. Right? We're still thinking whether to show me this screen and processor, and we need to simply click this one, and then we cannot click that because it's powered on right now. So I'm just going to close it and I'm going to shut it down. So right click here in that area, shut down, right? So there's shutdown, continue. Okay, so it's shut down. Now it is. I'm going to go to the edit virtual machine settings, or I need to go to the processor settings. I can click here as well. Up there, it's the same thing. Open on it. In Windows 11, how do you end task? Seriously? What will tasks do? So yeah, it's there now, and I selected it. Virtualize Intel VTX, right? This option. Now the virtualization will be available in this virtual machine as well. So I'm just gonna press OK and power on. And it's not good. That is bad. Like the BAD. Oh, you just that sound. Okay, guys, my laptop sucks. I mean, like it's new, but it's not supporting Intel VT. Next option. So plan B, I have started my older desktop, which is actually a um, mini desktop. It's a very small machine that I can even put on my on top of my palm, on the hand's palm. So I started that. I'm going to remotely connect to that. I'm going to install that Windows again. But Intel VTX is not supported in this laptop. I totally forgot that before it did happen. But I thought that it was just for VMware Lab. Um, if your machine does not have this error, you're good. My machine has this error, so it's not good for me. But I have another machine that I'm going to remotely connect, and without wasting time, I'm just going to start that installation. So in the chat, Fahad says upgrade your firmware from the BIOS. Fahad, did you had that issue? Like, uh, because virtualization is enabled, change to virtualization in the BIOS. Yeah, that I did already. I mean, if I didn't do that, then it would not let me install this VMware, this machine as well inside VMware in the first place, right? So, yeah. So it's something to do with VMware not supporting some of the newer processors. In my Humber class, we were all suffering horribly. O and K. I am remotely connecting to the desktop that is right beside me right now. MSTSC enable 2.32 is the IP for that dude. And so that desktop is just sitting right beside me. I'm using that for Humber VMware classes. And okay, so um, yeah, so this is my remote desktop here now, and is my remote desktop. That was my previous one. That's my laptop on which I. So from this remote desktop, I will just connect this machine to my Azure environment. So in the remote desktop, I'll just quickly go for VMware Workstation. This desktop is a bit older one, and it would let me install library. Okay, here I'm not going to deploy the whole thing. I have Windows machine already there. It was paused, suspended, so it's going to be unsuspended. It was being used in our class, so uh, there's no student from recent Humber class here in this class. All joined, but nobody continued. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly start this and configure the Hyper-V there. In fact, I'll just check that the processor, what does the processor say here? Oh, it is also not Intel virtualized, so I'm just gonna power off. Not a safe way to power off. Go edit virtual machine. It has 32 GB RAM, so it's pretty fast. Processor, Intel VT, and power on. Oh, come on, working. Yeah. So yeah, it didn't give me that error. So it's an older processor that supports, it even supports the latest version of VMware VP8. VP8 classes are starting this week in Humber. VMware Certified Professional 8, which is the latest one. So that's quite exciting, and yeah, my older machine still supports that, but newer laptop does not support that. So it's going to be a really big problem for those who purchase newer laptops. You want to do VMware labs. Anyway, so this will start now. And there's one more thing about this. Let me just fix that right away because oh, I did give it 8 GB RAM because before it was 2 GB. So, okay, start. So while it is starting, guys, I'm gonna go for creation of a storage account as well in Azure. So I'll just check this out. Like VNet is created, default subnet is created, storage account needs to be created, and Azure Recovery Services Vault needs to be created and configured with replication services. Okay. So I will just go to this. So our Azure environment, VNet is created. I'm going to create a storage account as well. So I'm just going to go to the storage accounts and create storage account as well. I'll be using the resource group, today's resource group, and the storage account name SA, lowercase letters and numbers. So SA replica lab 07 Jan 2023. And then put something unique here, like samosa. Okay. Oh, it might be more than 20 characters. Samosa. Okay. So Sam. Okay, Sam. And then I'm going to go for Canada Central here as well. So going for Canada Central. Am I missing it somewhere? Central. Okay. So standard performance, yeah, it's okay. GRS, yeah, okay. Zero redundant storage, we talked about that before. On the advanced page, version 1.2 from any storage account. Nothing here. Nothing. No cross-tenant replication, Azure files. So nothing advanced. Now then the networking, enable public access from all networks, Microsoft networking, which is okay. So no change on this page as well. We need to go for recovery sources for container. It's okay. Encryption. All encryption is okay. Tags. All tags are no tags. Okay. Running final. Okay. So it is valid. Deploying. So it's deploying the storage account now. I'll check out what's going on my operating system or on-premises front or Humber admin. Please ignore that. So I'm logging into that. I just need some operating system here. This one has a domain controller or Active Directory installed inside, but that should not matter and it should let me install. So Fahd says, did you go with default options in advanced settings? Yes, all default options, no change. In fact, pretty much on all Windows, I didn't make any change for storage account. Okay. So here, dashboard, and I'm going to go attempt to install Hyper-V in this machine because I already have one installed machine here. Next to okay, role-based feature-based installation. Next, it's whatever the name. Next, and there's the Hyper-V. Features. Oh yes, no error. Yay! That was so exciting. Yay. Next, and nothing else. So I just clicked Hyper-V and it not selected and there's no error. Obviously, you have to make sure that you have put in the processor. Just check this option, and then after that, there was no error about this option, then you're good. We next, once it is selected, next, that's it, next. Now it says that which Ethernet card on this machine you want to connect to the Hyper-V. I'm saying, okay, please connect or give me internet connection to this Hyper-V's virtual machines through the Ethernet 0 of this physical machine. Suppose this is a physical machine, right? So one Ethernet card or two you want to connect, you connect two as well. Says, can I ask if we should disable soft delete for blobs, or I think we will have trouble deleting. We should disable soft delete. No, actually, we will not have trouble. No, it's okay. Yeah, even if soft delete is not disabled, we will be able to delete this storage account. It's okay. So default option is okay. And okay, first is under the direction during the operation. Yep, it's okay. So next, and it also says that you want to do live migration. Do you want to configure live migrations within this Hyper-V? So we're not doing Hyper-V, inter-Hyper-V migrations. The Hyper-V can be configured to send and receive live migrations of virtual machines on this server. Hyper-V now enables any available network on this server to be used for live migrations. If you want to dedicate specific network for live migration, use the Hyper-V settings. Yeah. So this is not the migration that we are talking about or active passive that we were talking about. So I'm just not going to click that, but any time later we can click that too. But this is live migration between the Hyper-V physical servers on premises, between two on premises servers. So this is the default path for the Hyper-V. And yes, we want to restart this because after restart, it will still do some small installation of Hyper-V. It will continue with that after the restart. And then finally the Hyper-V will be installed. So install, and it's going to automatically reboot if we to. Okay. So while this is going on, trying to make sure you selected the Ethernet 0. Yes, no problem. Fab says, did I select the Ethernet 0? Yes, it is Ethernet 0. Wow, you're going fast. That's very good. Cool. Okay, because this is entirely different setup now, so some of the students might find it difficult, but yeah, that's very good. You're following. Hopefully, we can compare the results. Right. So it's still thinking of starting, and while it is thinking of starting, we have created a storage account there. I'm just gonna check it out. And I'm going to go back to my laptop and yeah, storage account is also created. Now if I go for this recovery services vault, there you go. You have a recovery services vault here showing recovery services vault. And if you click that, so no recovery services vault is to display. So what does a recovery services vault do? A disaster recovery and data protection strategy keeps your business running when unexpected events occur. I get started by creating a recovery services vault. So it offers disaster recovery and data protection through backup and site recovery, which is that your virtual machine is after. So, okay, Naveed says in the chat, please have, after that, if possible, list the steps what we have done. A little confused. Oh, yeah, sure. So yeah, I will put those major steps here. Major steps. Um, create an on-premises environment. In that, inside VMware workstation, Pro 16. Install Windows Server, Windows Server 2022 or 26, 2019 or 2016. Uh, and once Windows is installed, then rename it and install VMware tools and also make sure to check mark the Intel VT option um, in the processor of the VMware virtual machine. The above one. Okay. In so that is create on premises and then in Azure create VNet and create a storage account and then we will configure recovery services vault, which uh, offers us to create an active passive VM either across the cloud or from cloud to on-prem. So it offers us that. Now, what we have done is our objective still is that one virtual machine is in the cloud, one virtual machine is in on-premises, and they are active passive partners with each other, and they are synchronizing with each other whatever changes are happening. Right? So this is the initial setup of what we have done, the major steps. But I'll just keep adding more major steps there. But the main objective still is that we are trying to create a partner virtual machine active virtual machine here, passive here, and then we're going to fail over from active to passive, making the passive a new active and the other active as passive, right? So okay, guys. So let us go ahead. So what we are trying to do now is we are uh, we're gonna check out inside uh, the so there's a to open that open. Oh, Saga road was fully flipped. Wow. Okay, not okay. This is not PC every day here. One security issue 123 without check 2 1 2 3. All right. So now, what we need to do on premises is that Hyper-V should continue the installation. There you go. Hyper-V window popped up and it continued some more the installation of Hyper-V hypervisor. So once now it is complete. In fact, it is complete. So close it. What I'm trying to do. So Hyper-V is installed. So this is VMware Workstation. We're pretending the physical server. And inside this is a virtual machine that has Windows Server. Windows Server just got installed. And then now Hyper-V is also installed. We need to open Hyper-V and create a virtual machine and attach it to the virtual switch inside the Hyper-V hypervisor. So once a virtual machine is created, then we need to configure everything on Azure. On-premises will be ready. So I'm just gonna open Hyper-V and create a virtual machine now. So I'll go back here and so where is Hyper-V? There's Hyper-V here, or we can go to tools here as well. The tools we can go down to Hyper-V, and Jur. Okay, there's the Hyper-V Manager, which is the hypervisor of Microsoft. And so I don't need this left side, so I'm just gonna make it close here, make it bigger. This is the Hyper-V Manager. Inside Hyper-V, I'm just gonna click that and right click, create a new virtual machine. Right? So it's that simple. Uh, in cloud, when you create a virtual machine, obviously Microsoft is handling the underlying hardware and operating system. While here, you create a virtual machine, you also have to take care of the underlying operating system. You also have to take care of the underlying hardware. So next, I'm going to create a virtual machine here on dash prem dash VM dash prem dash Hyper-V. I hope it lets me put that long name. So VM inside Hyper-V, if I just put that, because then VM inside Hyper-V. Later it should not be confusing because already that machine top of which it is called on-prem. Okay, so VM inside VM dash inside dash hyper dash V, and I'm gonna click next. We're gonna go for generation 2 machines, which supports more security features and 64-bit operating system. Gen 1 is for 32-bit and 64-bit operating system, so it supports legacy technology. Generation 2 next, and then 1 GB memory it's getting. So guys, one more thing. Because our bandwidth will not support that, so I am creating a empty virtual machine. So if we go here, so there will be a virtual machine inside. This is what I'm about to do now. I'm creating a virtual machine inside this uh, uh, Windows server, the virtual machine that I'm creating now. So that virtual machine, I'm not going to put an operating system inside. If I do, then when it starts synchronizing the first time, it's going to take forever because our bandwidths are not company or corporate grade bandwidths, right? It's home bandwidth. So you can try this You can create a virtual machine inside Hyper-V and then install operating system. That would take another 30 to 40 minutes. And then once that operating system is installed, then you make its partner virtual machine there. So it's going to create its partner virtual machine there anyway, even if there is no operating system inside. Right? So with or without an operating system inside, it's going to be the same. But now without an operating system, it will be much lighter virtual machine. So we will be able to create its partner up there in the cloud. So that said, I'm just going to go ahead and this is just 1 GB virtual machine, use dynamic memory. Just select that too. Dynamically, it's going to provide the memory. Then next thing is networking. So it's that Ethernet 0 that we selected. That Ethernet 0 is connected to a virtual switch inside V. So that virtual switch, this virtual machine is connected to. So I'm just going to select that. And it is, there's there's that network card here, suppose, and that there's a virtual switch here. Right? Suppose this is a virtual switch. So we switch, and this is FINIC or physical NIC network interface card, right? So this is a physical network interface. This is a virtual switch. So what happens is that virtual machine connects to the virtual switch. Virtual switch is connected to the physical network card. So, and that physical network card is connected, this network card is connected to the actual physical network card here. Here it is the virtual network card for us, but in production environment, this is a physical network card. So it's going to connect to another network card here, which is connected ultimately to switches, physical switches in the LAN, and which is ultimately giving you internet connection. Okay, so we go back here. Yes, we connected this virtual machine to a virtual switch, which is connected to a virtual network card. And that virtual network card provides internet connection already. So next. Yes, it says that create a virtual disk. Yes, please create. And it goes up to 64 terabyte, but initially it's dynamically expanding with thin provision. So it's giving 127 GB. It's not going to take that much space in your disk because it is thin provisioned. And we're not installing an operating system inside, so it's not going to have any size. So with or without an operating system, it's going to work fine. Next. Finish. So now we are creating a virtual machine inside a Hyper-V hypervisor. So now we have created the virtual machine as well inside Hyper-V. So our on-premises is kind of ready. And this virtual machine is off. I'm just going to right click here and connect. It will just pop up like this and then start. So there's nothing inside this virtual machine. There's no operating system inside. So it's going to give us an error, which is okay. But if you do put an operating system when you're doing the lab, that synchronization will give you a lot of issues then. Or do it in the office if there's good bandwidth that office provides. So I'm just gonna go ahead now. On the diagram, this side is complete. The minimum requirement that we needed that the virtual machine of a Hyper-V hypervisor is ready to be connected to Azure through Azure Recovery Services Vault. So now we have created the VNet there. We have created storage account there. Also, I will just add here. Also, make sure to make okay. We did that too. So here, inside VMware Workstation Pro, install Windows 2022. We did that. Once Windows is installed, rename it and install VMware Tools and restart. With that, also make sure to check mark the Intel VT. Okay, we did that. Install Hyper-V inside Windows Server as it is available as a built-in feature. Okay. And then create a virtual machine inside Hyper-V hypervisor. It's a hypervisor called Hyper-V. Okay, so this is what we have done till now. So let's go to the Azure side, and we have already created a VNet. We've already created a storage account. We will configure Recovery Services Vault, which offers us to create an active passive VM either across the cloud or from cloud to on-prem. Obviously, it's going to be on-prem to cloud or cloud to on-prem. So okay, let's do that. We need to create Recovery Services Vault, and then we're going to go for discovering. So what am I talking about? So once we configure a Recovery Services Vault, then we're going to configure our discovery. It needs to discover its partner network. Recovery Services Vault needs to know which other network it is connected to and which virtual machine will it need to um, synchronize, right? It needs to know all that. It needs to get introduced to the on-premises network, and then which virtual machine will be the actual partner virtual machine in the cloud. So this service need to know. First, we're going to deploy the service. We're going to go inside and tell it, hey, there's an on-premises network that we want you to connect to. Right? So I'm just going to go back here, and there's the Recovery Services Vault. I'm just going to click the Create button. And yeah, same resource group, vault name. I can just go for cloud to on-prem configuration. Vault. It's a vault. Basic configuration. It's just sync. I'll just go for the word VM sync. To on-prem VM sync vault. And it's Scanner Central as well. Same resource group. Next tags. Go. And if I click basics, it's gonna just go back here. So anyway, view plus 3 and 8 because yes, without the OS. This is without OS, yes, without OS. Okay, review plus create here. So I'm just gonna click the create button. So this Recovery Services Vault will help us configure the whole cloud to on-premises synchronization. All right. I'm just gonna so it's getting created right now. The Recovery Services Vault RSV. Once it is created, then we need to go for site recovery, and then in the site recovery, we need to okay. Then in site recovery, we need to tell it that which other site we are going to connect you to. So we need to tell it that. So it's gonna deploy its agent. It's gonna download its agent, recovery resources vault agent, and it's gonna download its certificate as well. And then separately, and then we're gonna provide that agent or small software certificate that was also provided by Azure recovery services vault. Then it's gonna recognize, okay, yeah, this is the legit other site that I need to connect to, and then whatever virtual machines are there, they can actually make its failover partner in the cloud. So when you're doing that, yeah, you can install operating system inside, but then be warned that uh, gonna take much longer to do the synchronization, actual synchronization. But the good thing is that it synchronizes the same way with or without an operating system. Okay, so recovery services vault is done. I'm just going to go to the search, and there's that service recovery services wallet. So there's that service recovery services vault. I'm just going to click that, and this is the recovery services vault that we created, which will help us create an active passive virtual machine synchronization environment. So this will help us create that. I'm just going to go inside the recovery sources vault, and then there is a site recovery showing here. So either recovery sources vault offers backup services and active passive site recovery services, right? So we're not going for backup, but we're going for site recovery here. And then it says that it's going to ask that, hey, where's the site? I mean, can you give me the infrastructure for this site, right? New way to enable site recovery on VMware. VMware VM is now generally available. Click here to learn about the latest enhancements to switch to classic experience use compression server. Okay. See this? Virtual machines, if you want to create, replication with Azure virtual machines, so there's enable replication, manage recovery plans. So this is just what we did. That in one region there was one Azure virtual machine, in another region was another Azure virtual machine, cloud to cloud, right? So this is VMware machines to Azure. Protect your VMware virtual machines for disaster recovery by replicating to Azure. It says prepare infrastructure, enable replication, manage. So it is giving step by step what you need to do if you have VMware environment. Right? But we're going to go for this one, Hyper-V virtual machines, because we have a Hyper-V environment. Protect your Hyper-V virtual machines for disaster recovery by replicating to Azure. So that's what we're going to do. Prepare infrastructure, enable replication, and manage recovery plans. So I'm just going to click that. Prepare infrastructure. And there's deployment planning here. So again, what we are doing that I explained before as well, that we are introducing the on-premises environment to Azure Recovery Services Vault, the replication service of Azure Recovery Services Vault. Right? If we go back here, it says that allocate sufficient network bandwidth and other resources to avoid any replication issues. Well, whatever our bandwidth at home is being provided, we can only go with that. So it says deployment planning completed. Yeah. I've done the planning. Okay, so we're saying that. So they say that plan first. Then they says, are you using System Center Virtual Machine Manager to manage Hyper-V hosts? Okay. What is SCVMM? So that is, we have installed one Hyper-V hypervisor, right? So what happens is that suppose you have lots of physical servers. It's a very big environment or big environment. Maybe you have, we have one Hyper-V, right? So suppose you have 100 Hyper-Vs or 1,000 Hyper-Vs. what you do. So you connect to each Hyper-V, create a virtual machine, or you can get, so these are Hyper, Hyper-V, hypervisors, right? And so this would be your Microsoft SCVMM. Now, if you have one Hyper-V, we are connecting directly to the Hyper-V. If you have hundreds of Hyper-V hypervisors on physical servers, then you need to have SCVMM, and that is the central application which manages all Hyper-Vs. Right? So that's the same setup that VMware, when you have a lot of ESXi hypervisors. So they also have obviously the same concept here in VMware. So suppose if these are VMware hypervisors, then some of you know already that VMware's central software is vCenter. So that controls all the hypervisors and the virtual machines inside. SCVMM controls all the Hyper-V hypervisors and the virtual machines and the storage and the networking and the security, pretty much everything you can control centrally from this enterprise grade application. So Microsoft offers SCVMM as a central application to control all the hypervisors, Hyper-V hypervisors. And then VMware offers vCenter that controls all the VMware hypervisors, which are called ESXi hypervisors. All right, so that's the background of what is SCVMM. So no, we do not have SCVMM. All right. Hyper-V site. So now it says, yeah, so where's that Toronto branch you're talking about? Just add the Hyper-V on-premises site related information here. So how do we do that? Then it says, okay, follow this procedure. Add Hyper-V site. So, and then it actually needs to know which Hyper-V servers are there. So it is asking that give me the, what is the name of the site and which exact Hyper-V server, what is the name of that Hyper-V server, where is it? So it needs to know all this now. So we need to tell it now all this. So we're going to go for add Hyper-V site, and then we can call it, well, maybe Toronto Hyper-V, whatever you want to call it. Press O and K. Hyper-V site, our branch, Hyper-V. All right. So it says that I don't find any servers here. No servers found in the selected Hyper-V site. Please add a server to the site. This may take approximately 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So it says that, okay, you named it here, but where is that site and the server? So now I'm going to go for add Hyper-V server. So it's going to give me a wizard that, okay, if you want to detect Hyper-V server, you need to follow all these steps. So make sure the host is running Windows Server 2012 R2 or above. Yep, it is Windows Server 2022. So it's good. Configure proxy setting and ensure each host can access the service URL. So it's pretty much saying that there's an internet connection on that host. So if I go to that Windows server on top of which there's Hyper-V hypervisor installed. So is there internet on this server? This. Okay, it's the UEFI or the BIOS modern system was loaded. Yeah. This is the inside of a virtual machine. I don't need to see that. I'm just going to minimize this. So this machine is running, but there's no CPU usage because obviously there's nothing inside, no operating system, right? It also shows here for the virtual machine summary, memory, networking, and main thing that we are interested in is replication. So not enabled, replication mode, replication state, replication health, primary server, replica server. So what we are intending to do is that the primary server could be the machine here and the replica server in the cloud, and then we can try to failover as well if all goes well. So what was I doing? So here we have internet connection. So I'm just going to go back here. I'm going to minimize the Hyper-V. This is the server where we are, right? So I'm going to open that Internet Explorer. Ask me later. I used to say when Trump was there that if you see Trump in the on the browser, this means we have internet connection, because obviously it would always show that. So Nick says in the chat, I don't see replication tab. Why not? So there's a Hyper-V. So this. So Nick, you have to select the service. You select the VM virtual machine that we created on our laptops. So select the virtual machine, and then maybe you're able to see that. So summary, memory, networking, replication. The replication service. No. Oh, okay. Hyper-V settings. Okay, go to this on the top right. Maybe you're able to see this Hyper-V settings. Once in the Hyper-V settings, you go to replication configuration. Maybe then you're not seeing this too, right? Hey, Nick, you not showing. Replication service is not showing. So your Hyper-V is in Windows 10 or Windows 11? Is it in a Windows server? So your Hyper-V is in Windows 11 Pro. Okay, mine is also 11 Pro, but it's a client-side operating system. Maybe it does not offer. Okay, one more thing. You can do one more thing here is by going to add remove applications, and in Windows 10, how do we go there? If I now Windows 11 Pro you have, right? I also have Windows 11 Pro. So you can go to, I think, add remove software, add remove programs. I just put in the chat, in the search, remove programs. And then default apps, actually, optional features, no. The built-in features, where are those? Cool. It's been ages since I did that. So apps and features, I think that's it. No, built-in apps, optional features, no. The built-in apps. So default apps, is that it? Hey, how do you install built-in apps in 11 Pro? Okay, I haven't been working on client operating systems, so this is the easiest thing of all times. Okay, Hyper-V. Turn Windows feature. There you go. Turn Windows features on or off. That's it. So, can briefly tell me the steps in Azure. I will look into this. I want to Azure port and select backup. Choose the input. Okay, Fahd, let me show you. Sure. Just Nick, one more thing. If you select here, just trying to see that replication might separately have to be selected. Oh, it does not offer replication Hyper-V services. You go for Hyper-V services, Hyper-V. So try to select all these and then try to restart the operating system and then check that if the replication service is there. Otherwise, if it's still not there, yeah, Google it as well. And because it's a client operating system, maybe it does not offer services. And if it's the server operating system based Hyper-V, maybe then it offers replication. So it could be that too. I never used a client based Hyper-V before to the replication. Right. So, okay, and I'm sure you're gonna figure it out because you have been figuring out very, very complicated stuff as well. Okay, fine. So, yeah, so what were you saying? I went to Azure Vault and then select. No, no, don't, Fahad, don't select backup. Let me show you. So we did not select backup. I'm just gonna close here and okay, I'll just close this one as well. No, I will make a click on duplicate tab for that. Um, and okay, so Fahad, first you go to Recovery Sources Vault, then you go to the that Recovery Sources Vault name that we've given. Then you go down to Site Recovery, this one, Site Recovery, and then you go to the third one here, Prepare Infrastructure. Right? So Site Recovery, Prepare Infrastructure, right? And once you click the Prepare Infrastructure, then first option is asking deployment planning completed. So yes, I've done it. We can say that. Hopefully you're there. And then next. So we're not using SCVMM, and I explained what is SCVMM. So we're going no. Then it says that uh, add Hyper-V site. Right? So first you click no, then you have to click Hyper-V site, and then you have to name that site something. Anything. I've just named it Toronto dash branch dash hyper dash V. Once you click that, then it says that I didn't find any server, Hyper-V server on this site. So that's what we're about to do now. We're about to tell that the on-premises, our virtual machine here that we created in our laptop or desktop. So where's that virtual machine? So we're telling Cloud Azure, where's our laptop virtual machine? So we could make it a partner virtual machine. So Fahad, did you get it or cool? Very good, very good. So I'm just going to click the Add Hyper-V server. Now this is the process of detecting that machine. So if I go back here, this Azure Recovery Services Vault, we went to replication. Now it needs to know where's the site. So we told, okay, there's a site name. We gave it just a site name. Now it needs to exactly know what is the name of the Hyper-V server and which virtual machine you want to replicate. So we're going through this process now. So I'm going to go back to this. So first it says, make sure the host is running Windows Server 2012 or R2. Then the second thing is proxy settings and ensure each host can access the service URLs. So the thing is, do you have internet connection your laptop virtual machine? So I'm just going to go down to my actually desktop, which is right beside me. And this machine, I'm just going to minimize the Hyper-V. I'm going to minimize this virtual machine. What I was checking was, do I have internet connection here? And cnn.com. Yeah, seems like I have. Yep, I have internet connection. Okay. I'll close that. All tabs. So if I go back to the cloud environment, yes, we have internet connection. Third, download the installer for the Microsoft Azure Site Recovery Provider. Now, this is the installer that we need to download. And if I go back to the diagram to explain that, I'm going to download this installer inside this Hyper-V server, and that installer will connect this Hyper-V server to our Azure Site Recovery Services. So Hyper-V will be connected to Azure Site Recovery replication service here and replication service here. Right? So we're going to download installer now. Download. Now this Azure will also provide a security certificate. So it will check that the security certificate that I am providing, is that the same certificate that this downloaded software is showing? If it's the exact same certificate, that we downloaded from Azure, then it's going to let you connect the local on-premises environment in your laptop to the cloud environment. So first we're going to download that software. It's going to help detect the local environment for the Azure cloud, Azure recovery services, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll go back here. The third thing is download the installer that will help us detect the on-premises local environment. I click download. There you go. Azure Site Recovery Provider.exe. Once it is downloaded, I need to put it actually inside that virtual machine. It's my remote desktop that is sitting right beside me. I'm going to have to put that inside that. So I need this file. I'm going to open the folder, and this is the file. I'm just going to copy this file, and I need to paste it inside this remote desktop anywhere in here. I'm just going to paste. Oh, okay, not good. First, I'm just going to put it in the laptop or desktop. Oh, thank God. It reaches this in my LAN, in my local area network, in my home. I am copying this file from my laptop, which is shown in the background, to this remote desktop, which is sitting right beside me. Right? So first I'm copying in this desktop. Inside this desktop is my whole Hyper-V environment inside the VMware Workstation Pro. I'm going to copy from this desktop inside that virtual machine. So I could connect the local environment to Azure. Right? Okay, so copied the VM directly from the round folder. Okay, Fahad says that. Very good, man. That's great. You're able to do that. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna go. This is my remote desktop, right, in my home. So, and this is the virtual machine inside my remote desktop. So I'm gonna copy from there to here. Now I'm able to copy. Okay. I need to install this Azure Site Recovery software in this virtual machine, so that Azure could detect, oh, this is that server. And then we're going to tell Azure, yes, Azure, and I need you to discover this virtual machine is living inside this server. Right? So first, I'm just going to install the software here. Double click that. It says authorization, and there you go. Setup cannot proceed as no compatible product was found to install on Hyper-V server. Ensure that the Hyper-V role is enabled and server is not acting as domain controller. Seriously? Okay. Guys, I told you that this is a domain controller. So I'm just going to quickly uninstall Active Directory from here. This is an extra step that you did not do. You don't have to do that. So it was supposed to be a member server. What is a member server? What is a domain controller? Member server is that Windows Server 2016, Windows 2019, Windows 2022. It does not have a role called Active Directory Domain Services. This server has Active Directory Services installed, ADDS installed. So it says that if it's a domain controller, I'm not connecting to that because it's a security. For security reasons, also it should not be direct. So Active Directory is installed here. Active Directory. I need to quickly remove that. In your case, you don't have that Active Directory installed. If you don't have it, you don't need to follow this step. If you have it, then you need to follow this step, right? Otherwise, it's supposed to be a simple member server which does not have Active Directory. So I have an Active Directory. I need to get rid of it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to manage. So if you don't have that Active Directory, you don't need to follow this step, obviously. Remove roles and features. I'll go there. Next. That works. Next, I'm just going to uncheck the Active Directory services and remove features. It's going to say that, hey, you have to first demote this domain controller. So I'm just going to click that demote domain controller. And then it says, oh, you have any other server in this domain? Force the removal of this domain controller. I don't want to force it. Last domain controller. Yes, this is the last domain controller of this local network. You don't have to really follow that. You don't have to be confused about that. This does happen in environments as well. It gets complicated. The more complicated you understand, the better job opportunities you're looking for. So proceed with removal. How to install a domain controller, how to remove a domain controller, you should know that. If not, then you can follow my older course of MCSA, where I have installed Active Directory, DNS, DHCP, and created the whole local environment, and then showed how to uninstall. If anyone needs access to my MCSA older course, let me know. I will enroll you to that course in LMS. Okay. Anyway, remove DNS. Yeah. Okay. Remove application partitions, and the password I always put in lab environment, small ABC, capital ABC, ship 123 without ship 123. Small ABC, capital ABC, ship 123 without ship 123. Next to mode. Need mode without any error. So when it demotes, what it's doing is it's uninstalling Active Directory services, right? Oh, okay. So from the download folder, there you go. It's restarting automatically now. It's uninstalling Active Directory services. Fast is short break. Okay, and Naveed says MCSA. Sure, Naveed, I will add you to the LMS, but please do remind me in WhatsApp as well, so I could follow this and add you to the MCSA course. Okay, so it's restarting, and it's going to remove that Active Directory, and it's going to come back as a Windows server that does not have Active Directory, right? So, okay, guys, let's take a short break here and come back. And then I'm gonna brief again that what's going on here, and then I'll just let you know it's, what are we doing next, right? Okay, Nick says here, replica not supported on desktop. Must be server based. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, right. So yeah, Nick, you know what to do then. Go for a VMware workstation, Windows Server, install, and the whole thing. Cool. So guys, let's take a break and come back. So we still need to configure. We need to tell Azure that our on-premises site and about the virtual machine that we created in our laptop, to tell Azure about that, and we need to connect it. And then we will make them partners, partner virtual machine in our laptop and partner virtual machine in the cloud in Azure, right? So this is a very special lab, and you should repeat it at least 2 times at home, at least 2 times, to gain that confidence. Okay, anyway, let's take our break and come back. Okay, so break, classes starts 27 or 7:47, 12:47, class starts 12:47, muting and pausing. All right, guys, so let's get going. And so what I'm gonna do is, or what we have done till now is that we have created our whole on-premises environment. We installed Windows Server 2022 inside a VMware workstation. Then we installed, we configured it. We gave internet connection to that. And we installed Hyper-V inside, Hyper-V role inside that, which is a hypervisor. And inside that Hyper-V, we created a virtual machine. That virtual machine, we are trying to make, its partner in the cloud. So now before the break, what we were doing was we were going download. We're gonna go ahead and download the software of Azure Recovery Services Vault, which will help the Recovery Services Vault know which site it is and what is the name of the server and what is the name of the virtual machine that it needs to replicate in the cloud. Okay, so I had actually downloaded this the installer for the Microsoft, and then I went to my local machine here, and we're pretending this is the branch machine, and small basically 1 to 3 without 1 to 3, and this machine I have copied that software. Okay, I copied it here, right? Here we go. And oh, actually, here I copied. And hmm, is that not strange that I copied that software here, but it's not here? Oh yeah, 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 because I tried to run the software, and then it said that it's a domain controller. Yeah, it's a domain controller. So we restarted we uninstalled the Active Directory role from this server, and then we restarted the machine. Now it has logged into a new profile, the local administrator account, which is a different the profile than the Active Directory administrator account. So I'm going to just copy that software again. Um, and for that, this is the Azure Site Recovery Provider exe file that I downloaded from Azure. I'm going to copy that and put it inside um, here, paste, and now I'm just going to run this again. And it should not give me an error that there's an Active Directory because I have removed the Active Directory. Now it's going for Microsoft Update offers security and important updates for Windows and other Microsoft software, including Microsoft Azure Site Recovery. So it's just saying that do you want to enable Windows updates that it does every month? So it will update the site recovery software. So I say, yeah, okay, next. And then it says that where do you want to install the Azure Site Recovery Provider? So I say, yes, this path is okay. Installing Azure Recovery Services Agent. So this agent will help us connect this on-premises machine to Microsoft Azure in the cloud. So we could create a partner of this machine in the cloud. So yeah, Matthias says the same. Thank you in the chat. All right, so we're going ahead, and and okay, so it says that register this machine with Azure Academy services. So it says here configure service installation of Azure Academy Services agent completed, installation of Azure recovery provider completed. It says register. So if I click register here, so it asks for a file. Select the registration key file you downloaded from the Azure Site Recovery portal and specify vault settings. So there's a file that we need to download as well. That file we need to copy here and then give that file here in this vault settings path. So that file will also be provided by that same portal where we downloaded this software from. When that security file is downloaded, that file will have information of the configuration of Azure Site Recovery, which it will tell here. Then this machine will be then connected to the cloud after this. So if I go back to this portal, so download the vault registration key to register the host in a Hyper-V site. So this is the security file that needs to be downloaded after, and this file needs to be copied to that same machine. Yeah, copied. I'm just gonna open the folder here and right click here, copy, and then go back to that machine. So I'll paste it here It's a small file. It just directly copied inside the virtual machine this time. I'm going to give the path here browse. So it needs this file so it could register this machine up in the cloud in Azure Recovery Services vault. I'm just going to go here, go to the desktop, and that's where the file is. This is the file. This is showing here. I'm going to double click that, and yes, it has filled up all the information. File, subscription, vault name, library site name. It gave all the information of that Azure site here. So this is what it's gonna be. That we have downloaded the software, we have downloaded the critical file, and then where did you get the file from? Fahad said in the chat. So the file is the fourth point here. Third point was the software. Then we downloaded that, installed it, and ran it. And once that installation is done, it's asking for this file that we downloaded now, the fourth point. Download, copy, and then give the path in the browse there when you click register. Okay. And install the provider on the Hyper-V host and use the registration key to register the host in the vault. And I'm just going to go back there. Next, it has all the information. Connect directly to the Azure site without a proxy server. So we don't have a proxy server. We have internet connection directly from our DSL router. Our internet connection does not come through a proxy server to us. Maybe in the companies they do have that proxy server that it has to go through the proxy server, which then puts more restrictions and security and also for fast site opening, the servers are used. We don't have that. I'm just gonna keep it selected like that and click next. Okay, fetching resources details, configuring Azure Site Recovery for registration. What we're expecting, if all goes well here, then the name of this machine will start appearing up there in the cloud in Azure Site Recovery Services. Recovery Services Vault. So that's what we are expecting. It does take time. Covering Azure Site Recovery for registration. Now what's happening is that is the downloaded software and the key once given. Now that software is in the process of telling this Azure cloud that, hey, in the laptop, this is the name of the Hyper-V server, this is the name of the virtual machine inside the Hyper-V server, and the whole site related information it will give to the Azure cloud, so Azure can connect it to your laptop Hyper-V virtual machine. So let's see where it is. Initializing registration. Some third-party software that also helps in migration. Then there is a VMware environment. The full VMware environment can be connected to Azure as well. Next week, we are starting AWS Solutions Architect Associate course, which is as tough as this one or even much more tougher, but that course is also as critical as this one. And then the Azure AWS security course that goes along with that. Okay, so the server was registered in the Azure Site Recovery Vault. Yay! So just gonna click finish here, and it seems like the work here is kind of done. I'm just gonna open the server manager here, and then I'm gonna go to tools, and I'm gonna go for Hyper-V role, which is Hyper-V manager here, and I click this. So yes, the machine is still running here. Virtual machine without an operating system right now is running there. And if I go down to the replication So right now, nothing is configured, but we still have to do some stuff here. So that you will start seeing primary server, replica server here. Right. So I'm just going to go back to Azure Cloud and check out there what is going on. Okay. So here, down there in the machine, it says okay. But install the provider on the Hyper-V host and use the registration key or registration to register the host in the vault. It doesn't give any apply, okay, save, cancel. So what we need to do is we need to actually close this, and if it does not show anything else, it's supposed to show or detect that server, Hyper-V server that we have in our laptop. So I'm just going to close this here, and I'm going to refresh it actually. So when I refresh, normally what happens is it just goes back to the first step here, and we have to go to the first step, then come to the next step, and then we actually don't see this error. Instead, we see our local Hyper-V server name under this. So I'm just going to go ahead and and refresh. Oh, there's the next here. Sorry. Okay, there's the next here. So first I will try to do next. If it doesn't select or detect anything, then I'm going to go refresh the whole browser. So there's the next here. And yeah, it does not let me go ahead. This means I have to refresh the whole browser. I'm just going to refresh this one, and leave page. Yeah, I have to refresh the whole thing, otherwise it's not going anywhere. And it takes us back to this deployment planning as we discussed. Then yes, deployment planning was done. Yes, I have done it. To go next. And now we're not using SCVMM. We discussed that before as well. But now you see that my VMware virtual machine name is there, on top of which the Hyper-V hypervisor role is installed. Inside that Hyper-V role is the virtual machine available. Yay! Okay. So if I go there, is that the name of my VMware virtual machine inside which I have Windows Server 2016, 2019, or 2022? If I go there and I minimize this Hyper-V, and I go to local server. So yeah, if I click that, then Amir Win01 dot Amir Hum. I used this this machine for Humber College VMware course. So amirhum.local. So this is the name of my machine. This is exactly we see here as well. So Azure has detected this local server. And I'm going to click next now and go ahead with what we need to do next. So it says that target settings. So subscription is yes, the same subscription where we were doing everything. And resource manager, so post failover deployment model. Yes, it's a new way of doing things. We're not going to go classic old way. Then storage accounts. So found SA replica lab 07 Jan 2023 SAM. So this is remember that this is storage account we created, and remember that this is the VNet we created. So in the map, I was saying that, or in the diagram, I was saying that let's create a VNet, let's create a storage account. So it needs that, otherwise it's not going to go ahead. It detected those two, and we are going ahead now. Okay, so ensure Hyper-V site. We gave this name to the on-premises site, which we are pretending this laptop configuration to be on-premises site. So ensure Hyper-V site Toronto branch Hyper-V is associated to at least one replication policy. So we don't have any replication policy. Mostly, replication policy is that how the replication will be configured between a virtual machine here and a virtual machine, this one. So these two virtual machines will replicate with each other from our laptop to the Azure cloud virtual machine. So how frequently they will replicate and what other configurations we need to configure here. So I'm just going to go ahead and create new policy and associate. So policy name on-prem dash whatever name you want to give to dash cloud wrapple. Okay, so source is Hyper-V. Yes, the machine is in our laptop right now, and target is Azure. Yes, this is our cloud environment. Copy frequency 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, specify how frequently data should be synchronized between source and target locations. The 15-minute option has been retired in favor of the 5-minute option for Hyper-V to Azure application policy. So it is at 5 minutes or 30 seconds. Okay. You know what? We don't have really anything in the virtual machine. It's an empty one. But if you have our operating system, if you had installed an operating system, or you will when you do the lab again, then yeah, we still have just one machine, right? So it's not a big environment. So I'm just going to put 30 seconds here. You intend to replicate to premium storage, specify a copy frequency greater than 30 seconds. Click to learn more. Okay. Um, uh, 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 well, I don't have, actually, I'm using premium storage. Uh, I'll still put it, if it lets me go ahead, I'll still put it 30 seconds because I need to see the results a bit faster if the application happened or not, instead of waiting for 5 minutes in our training lab or test lab. So recovery point retention in hours too. So number of hours up to which recovery points will be retained. So just like there's a recovery point in the Windows as well that you can configure, and then you can go back to that state if something messes up in your machine. So every 2 hours, so you can get a recovery point 2 hours back. So whatever configuration was there 2 hours ago, you can go back to that configuration, right? So it's going to keep saving that. Suppose you messed up in this last 5 minutes ago, you just messed up the whole machine. You go back to 2 hours, but when it was working fine. Have consistent snapshot frequency in hours. So frequency at which an application consistent snapshot is taken for the VMs. So every 1 hour, the application snapshot will be taken. So that you can go back to, revert back to. So you will have that snapshot or that state that the machine was in 1 hour ago. And initial application start time. So I don't want to schedule that any other later time. I want to immediately start the replication once the replication between the cloud machine and our laptop based machine is done. So I'm just going to press OK here. Replication policy, creating replication policy and associating it with this setting, this wizard. Replication policy, waiting for replication policy creation. Association will start automatically. And I'm just going to click view job here as well. Fast initializing job. Please click the notification again after a few seconds. Yeah, so it's just saying that, hey, you're expecting results too fast, man. Go back. All right. I'm thinking of we're doing that big lab of VMware and vCenter migration. That's I mean, a lot of settings and a lot of resources. vCenter separately, I teach in the class, so obviously VMware class. So, next class is number class is starting this week as well, and the new course is starting this Saturday, 3 to 7. So the thing is that if I will have that environment ready when I do it with the students, Humber students, so I can make a copy of that environment, which is a big, like it goes up to 60 GB, and then I can, turn on that copy and we can try to do a migration to either AWS or Azure. Obviously, this is an Azure course, so Azure. But that would be very cool experience when you say on your resume that you migrated virtual machines, VMware virtual machines or virtual machines to Hyper-V virtual machines or VMware virtual machines to on-premises to cloud. So this is one instance, one example of migration or having active and passive copy, as we were talking about here. So now we have a virtual machine, actual virtual machine here. Where once everything goes through, we're gonna have a copy of this created in the cloud as well. Right? So that's what we are expecting. And once the synchronization between both are up to date, so whatever is configured in this virtual machine is exactly there in that virtual machine, then we're expecting that it will offer us the failover option. So failover then would be that this, which is the active machine, and this, which is the standby passive machine. When we fail over, so this passive machine or standby machine will become the new active machine, and the other machine will become the passive machine. Okay, so we want to fail over from on-premises to cloud. Obviously, if this machine had an operating system with an application, working application, so you need a lot of bandwidth to do this. You need to wait for long hours to do that because operating system is like 10 GB. So you're kind of uploading 10 GB there, which does take longer time. If you have a very good upload, here Bell offers 800 MB upload as well. In my Scarborough apartment, I had 1 Gbps, so download upload. So upload was immense there in that, but now where I'm now in Etobicoke, this building has only 50 MB upload and download. It just works barely, so I'm still good. And whenever I'm uploading videos, it's like, whoa, man, it really sucks. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah, Rogers in this building offers 1 Gbps, so maybe I'll switch to that. They offer fiber at home, so then upload will be. Then we can actually do this lab. All right, to switch to Rogers. Okay, so if we go back to what's going on, what was I was on Azure Cloud. Oh, it is done. Ooh, yay! Okay. Replication policy is created and associated with this Toronto branch Hyper-V site, so that Azure Cloud will be replicating with. So I'm just going to click next here and review. Yeah. Prepare. I click prepare and then it just went to the main dashboard of Azure. So this means that we need to go back inside Recovery Services Vault again and check it out what's going on. So we're expecting that the Hyper-V is, the on-premise Hyper-V is detected, and Recovery Services Vault should be offering us or showing us that, okay, synchronization is going on between the on-premises machine and cloud, but we want to see that if the partner machine has been created. So this machine's copy, is it being created right now, or it has been created, or we need to do something else for it to be created? So we need to see that. Okay, so Recovery Sources Vault is showing here now. And if I go inside, so site recovery, if we go, so we are supposed to have our protected items or replicated items. We can go there as well, or we can go for site recovery infrastructure. There's a manage section here as well. So if I go to site recovery infrastructure manage section, there is, if I go to replication policies, so okay, so it's not showing yet anything. I'm going to go back here and check it out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to protected items and replicated items and finish loading data. You can refresh. So if I go replicate Azure virtual machines, VMware and physical machines to Azure, Hyper-V virtual machines to Azure. So we had that. Hey, it's not showing anything. Seriously. Recovery sources prime. I think this. So Fat in the chat. So if I am correct, it is to protect the root drive of your VM in Azure storage in case if the VM fails. Can you explain, please? Root drive, like replication is, it's replicating between the virtual machines. So it's a full virtual machine here in Hyper-V and a full virtual machine here in the cloud. So ultimately, yes, the data is in the drive, and the drive, but its full copy will be created. So if it was just a root drive saving, it would have created just a copy of the drive here, but it's actually creating the whole virtual machine here with all the configuration. So whatever you've configured in this virtual machine, suppose there was an operating system Windows Server 2019, there was a SQL database inside, so it would create an exact copy of that here. Maybe you have two network cards here, so it will create two network cards here as well. We have two SSD disks here, so it will create two SSD disks here. So yes, it will create a copy of this disk here, but also the whole virtual machine's copy will be there. So it can fail over, exactly. So the whole virtual machine could fail over. Fahd says in chat, so yes, that's it. So it's a copy of the full virtual machine, but definitely the most critical thing is inside the drive. Kids. Okay. I'll have to go out and tell them to stay quiet. Anyway, I'm here, and overview. Let me just refresh that because it is supposed to show that here. So enable site recovery, and getting that was getting started. Then there is replicated items, and is not showing anything here. Then there is site recovery. Did you guys create a VM? Fahd says no. We just configured Fahd. We just configured this on-premises configurations here. So we just configured that software to send all the information. Right. Okay, so and here also it is not showing. I'm just refreshing that, so it hasn't. So we need to do something else as well, and I'm just going to check out replication policies. We have created replication policies there, so that policy should be showing here. But Hyper-V site, so yeah, there it is. So I'm going to go for Hyper-V site and then Hyper-V host here as well. First, I'm just going to wait for this replication policy to get ready. So what we have done till now is like we have finished the wizard on top of it. So the machine's still not there yet. The wizard is done. Now I'm just waiting for the replication policies. Whatever we created, I just want to see that already. It should be showing there. Monday or Sunday. It's maybe I said wrong things about my internet. It's not wrong. It's correct things about my internet, but maybe it didn't like that. So RV sites. So thank God. Finally. So yeah, Toronto branch. So it shows that yes, one Hyper-V host is detected. If I go to Hyper-V hosts, yes, it is connected to our local host right now. So if I go and replication policies, actually this is a replication policy that we create and TED. So what we need to do more, I'm going to just check. We need to actually create the machine, and for that, we have to go and first check out if our policies are okay, and then okay, yeah, policy is okay. 30 seconds. Associated, yeah. Associated, yeah. Everything's okay, yeah. What I'm expecting is that we need to go for replicated items here, and there should be a replicated item. So I'm just going to click the replicate here. I'm going to just first check there if the replicate is supposed to show. Isn't it supposed to show a virtual machine? It is supposed to show because synchronization maybe didn't start. That's why it's not showing there. You can run virtual machines on manage this after a failover, blah blah blah. Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to show a virtual machine here. So either it's taking a lot of time or it's just my internet may be very slow. Be that to application settings, source environment, crash. The thing is that it was supposed to show here, but if Microsoft has changed that, I'm just gonna check this out. Hyper machines to Azure. Yeah, this is the whole thing that I was doing. Yeah. Okay, so as I had to create that replicate as well, so it does show that um, our branch that we have created here, our branch that we have detected here. So we have to do this manually, right? What we have to do, we have to tell it that which virtual machine to replicate. So till now, what we have done is you will need to click on rep. Oh, there you go, Fahd. Exactly, as you said. So the thing we have done it has detected the site, it has detected the Hyper-V, but it is not able to detect by automatically the virtual machine. We have to click the replicate, tell them that, hey, this is the virtual machine, or maybe you have here, I have one virtual machine, maybe you have here 20 virtual machines, right? So you want to replicate all those virtual machines up there in the cloud, then you have to click the replicate there. Like exactly. So uh, then I click the replicate, I go ahead, target virtual environment. So it is getting the correct resource group, post failover deployment model. Yes, good. Storage account that we created before, network, virtual network. So configured now for selected machines. Virtual network, we created a VNet here that has a default subnet already. So yes, that is also selected. Um, this is all what we have configured already. I'm just going to click next here. Then it says that, okay, which virtual machine are you asking us to replicate, right? So it should detect that which virtual machine is supposed to be there. So first is my enable REPL is in progress. So that's the virtual machine VM inside Hyper-V. That's what it's showing here. So here, like, um, so I have selected that this is VM inside Hyper-V. If I go here, this is VM inside Hyper-V. Right? That's what we created in our laptop, right? So that's selected here. Suppose I had here 20 virtual machines in our on-premises, the Toronto local branch, suppose. So it would have shown all those virtual machines here, 20 virtual machines, and then I would have selected that, okay, that virtual machine, please replicate that and that and that, or maybe all. So so I I've clicked next, and now it is saying Hyper-V, which disk inside this virtual machine that needs to be replicated. So first of all, what is its operating system? It's a Windows operating system. OS type Windows here. Need to select per VM. You select per VM, right? So what it's saying is, hey, suppose in this virtual machine, suppose I go to that virtual machine in our local Hyper-V environment and settings. And if I go to this SCSI controller, where there is only one hard drive. So suppose there were five hard drives here. Suppose there were five file drives there, but the critical data or the data that we want to move up in the cloud um, is only in the first two drives. The other three drives are just there. Maybe they don't have any data or they have non-critical data. And we don't want the other three drives to be copied, but the first two drives to be copied. Suppose there were five, right? So that's what it's asking, that do you want from that on-premises virtual machine all disks to be replicated or few disks? If we had more than one disk, we would have told it that no, first and second disk only please replicate, other disks do not replicate. So this is what it's asking. I'm going to go next here. Okay, so fast as a chat, you need to have soft delete disabled, it will not work. Okay, then if we have to, then yes, we will do it. So, okay, here, since we are way ahead now, we should see that error as well, right? So copy frequency, recovery point retention, 2 hours, app consistent snapshot. That's what we have configured already in the replication policy, which is actually, that's the name we gave to the replication policy. So yes, this is the policy we're going. You could have created more policies there as well with different configurations. So I'm just going to click next here and then enable replication here. So let's see if that works. Otherwise, in the storage, if there error comes, we're going to just fix that. We will, obviously, there's no other choice just but to fix it, right? So that manual step is here. First, you detect the environment, the whole on-premise environment. Then the next step is that you have to click replicate, right? So when you click replicate, then it asks you which machine to replicate from the environment that you have added here. Well, that's how it goes. Now let's see what are the, if there's an error coming. Yep, there is an error coming, failed to complete the operation. And if I click that, enable replication, so it says identifying the replication agent. And there's a field here, enable replication, prerequisites check for enable protection. And there you go, soft delete enabled storage account is not supported. Soft delete has to be disabled. Then, so this means that if this is possible now, we can do it. Otherwise, it will be a long one. So I'm just going to right click and go to duplicate tab, and I'll just log in again. And I'm just going to go to the storage accounts here and go to the storage. And there was that container related configuration. So, okay, it's loaded now. So there's containers, there is encryption. It was, so first I'll just check the containers here. I don't think it's here. Show deleted containers. So soft delete should be disabled. Data signature, general C data protection. It was in the properties or something like that. Wow, we have redundancy. Yeah, GRS, we selected that. That's why. Data protection is this. And there is the soft delete. Enable soft delete for blobs. Okay, I'll just uncheck that. Enable soft delete for containers. Uncheck that too. Okay, both are unchecked now. Save. Save. And okay, so once that is saved, then we're gonna try the replication again. I go back here. Oh man, it's hidden right under it. Okay, so then we're gonna. Oh, Fat says no. Now it doesn't detect my VM. Okay, let's check that out. I'm gonna restart the replication, but let's see if it just goes ahead with that. Otherwise, we will have to detect the VM again, which is start the replicate wizard again. So if you're already ahead of me, yeah, you can just try that. While I'm clicking the restart first, and I'll just let it give me an error, then we can troubleshoot that too. So it's good that errors, if there are errors, that they come here and we troubleshoot them here instead of in the production environment. So errors always teach us more. Errors are good. There was a ad comes for the clothes washing that the dots on the shirt are good. Okay, I don't know why I'm reading that is. It says successfully completed the operation. Seems like it's okay. So identifying the replication. So prerequisites are okay now. It's going for identifying the replication target, starting initial replication, then it will do, and updating the provider states. Okay, so initially it will do. So yeah, Fahad, you could just do the replicate again, and I'm sure it's gonna work. But you say it didn't detect the VM, so you must have started that again. That's well, you could restart the domain controller or restart the virtual machine. I refresh the page. Okay. Or you refresh the page, and that's when. So it might be temporary. Uh, it would detect. It should detect that. So just restarted the policy. Yeah, sometimes refresh really breaks things. Sometimes only, very few times. But the majority of the time, it's always okay. Okay, so successful. It seems like it has started its work. I'm just gonna close this and go back to recovery sources vault, where I'm expecting the copy virtual machine to be created in the protected items and replicated items. And fetching data. There you go. So now, this area there was no machine, and this is VM inside Hyper-V. This is the copy virtual machine which is on 0% synchronized, and it's in this site. So VM inside Hyper-V is the copy virtual machine of VM inside Hyper-V here right now. So this means what? This means that this copy of this has been created up in the recovery sources vault. If it had an operating system and application and whatever size, 20 GB, 50 GB, so it would take that much longer time. Our virtual machine is empty, so it should not take that much time. And the synchronization, still it takes time. So synchronization has started. It was on 0%, but it has created a copy. What we are waiting for now is when this process finishes, we need to see this failover option made available to us, right? Okay, so Fahd says in the chat, yeah, I'm running the site recovery again. Okay, cool. I'm sure it's gonna like that because it used to happen to me too, and I had to go a bit further back to really catch up again. Okay, so the synchronization has started. Depends on the size of what you're synchronizing from on-premises to the cloud. And then it's going to take that kind of time, what kind of bandwidth you have, upload especially. So it depends on that a lot. And so I'm just going to go back and check it out. 0% synchronized. I'm just going to refresh that. And yeah, thinking of starting. Well, this is here, but how does it show on premises? If I go back here, now it's showing things that it was not showing before. I'm just going to click somewhere else and then come back here just for refresh. Replication mode, this is primary. This virtual machine is the primary virtual machine. The other one is the secondary, right? So replication state, replication error. Right now it says replication error, replication health is critical. Primary server is this one. This is the name. This is the name of this on-premise machine. Replica server is Microsoft Azure. So its partner is up there. It hasn't been synchronized before. So I'm just going to refresh that, and they are trying to kind of communicate, and that's what we are, expecting from them. on this. So there's that synchronization replication related settings here. If I go replication here, there's a resume replication, there's a cancel initial replication, and view replication health. So if I go for resume replication, maybe, oh, now it says replication health. It was normal, but it's again back to critical, and again, so it will start soon. And up there, it's gonna start saying in the some kind of replication numbers. It should start giving soon. 0%, still 0%. I'm just gonna go ahead inside this and check if there's a progress showing here. Replicated items, overview, 0% synchronized, and it shows actually the map. On premises is this with the Hyper-V setup here. On Azure is this, and there's a storage account here. So we're kind of okay. And guys, we do remember that when we were replicating the machine from Canada Central region to Canada East region, so this whole setup was there as well. Planned failover, test failover, right? So it will whenever it, maybe my internet speed is much worse here in this. I've just moved in here, and the internet is the main minus point here, that the internet is so slow. It could be that, or it could be the communication may not be happening, and something might be stopping this on-premises to cloud replication or synchronization. It does start after some time. My older apartment had very good. I just keep saying that again and again, that the internet there in Scarborough was so good. Okay, anyway, here, so it still says replication error. Maybe there's a communication thingy. If I go here and check, I have internet connection, right? So I put here CNN, or I have internet connection. So we have internet connection, but synchronization is a thing that we're trying to figure out. Push. Come on, start. I can check the firewall down there if somehow firewall is not affecting any traffic, and but basically my internet is slow. That much I know could be providing this. So if anyone else is doing the lab with me, so then I could confirm that if it's my just internet or something else. So Fahad is there, kind of. Hopefully you have recovered, Fahad, and I'll just go for firewall. My firewall should not be. It is enabled. I'll just turn it off for now for lab purposes. Otherwise, I would have added the ports for the traffic. If I go to refresh, I'll just go replication again and resume. It keeps going back to this. Again, resume. Sometimes the old Windows. Okay, so far says it's working now. What's working now? The synchronization is okay with you? This is more than 0, 1, 2. Okay. Refresh. I'm just getting here. Oh, okay, cool. Very good. Nice work, man. A few minutes behind me. Whoa, way to go, man. Way to go. Okay, so if I go to disks area, maybe I get some error. It's just that it's not giving any error as well, which means that it may be on its way. Initial synchronization for the virtual machine is in progress. You can change the configuration setting after initial synchronization completes. Okay, it's kind of wait and see. Like it's not, there's no error so far. If I go to the properties, you can see that active location is the active virtual machine is. So active just means that where end users will connect is our laptop based environment. And replication policy is this, and then operating system is this, and connected disk one disk, cache storage account is that. In this is an Azure. Source location still is that on premises. Target is here. Target storage account, target network. Hey, it didn't give the network. Successful test failover. We haven't done that. We haven't reached that yet. As far as the replication process is concerned, it says it's healthy. Which is kind of strange. At least it should start from 0. Move ahead. Okay, look like that. Background. Everything seems to be protected. VMs is 0. That's not good. I mean, like the synchronization starts, then we can really see everything. Okay, so it's still not starting, but it does start for some time, and it again could be my internet. Right. Application resume. Yeah, it will take time that is well known, but my internet is special, so I don't know when they are doing this. It's an empty machine, so it's already. Oh, Fahad, you're looking at 20 minutes or so. Look, Fahad, what you upload and download, you have it's from Bell or other your Mississauga, right? Yeah, I've been asking so many questions. Yeah, so what's your bank account number and credit card number? You can keep on asking, right? But anyway, I think your upload may be good. Upload is 50 because this building provides. I don't know why I'm still sticking with Bell because I liked Bell in the previous building, but now reality has changed. So maybe you have a better upload, and in that case, maybe it will start with you faster. Ah, man, seriously, right? It keeps going back, so it caught up. As long as there's no error, good. And oh yeah, so virtual machine. If I go, so this is this tab, right? So if so this is this tab. So I'm gonna go to the other tab here and actually go to. Oh, you have full bell, but works good. Okay, maybe you have 1 Gbps. I think it's fiber to home. I guess you have. So then that is the ideal one. Yeah. Now, if I go to virtual machines area, does it show here as well? The copy virtual machine. No, it's not in this area, but it's going to show that when it is synchronized. So it's already 146. So guys, this means that I have to let the video go ahead and keep recording, and I'll keep it on this page at 2 o'clock. Yeah, anyone wants to leave, then it's okay. Um, yeah, Fahd says in chat, I'm pretty sure that it will take longer. You can search online. Yeah, I've done this lab, and maybe you've done that lab, obviously, and last time when you were in the course, or maybe somewhere else as well. So yes, it does take time. It's just that I'm just scared that my lower speed might even take longer. That's just the main frustrating point here. It does take time. You're right. Uh, so yeah, what we're expecting after this, suppose it is 100%, right? In fact, um, in fact, uh, let me just show the other screen that I was watching. That since I did that before as well, and it's on my YouTube channel, this same lab, but it was like way before. When? in 2020. Woohoo! Wow, man. So during pandemic, what I'm expecting is over to Azure Cloud, yeah. So blah blah blah, create a rule. Oh, then I went for something else. Okay. I just wanted to show you that it actually is over. Okay. So additional critical, yeah, it was also we were also still thinking of this, and yeah, same 2020. Then it just took ridiculous time. There are details. Okay, anyway, yeah, as long as it doesn't give us error, so we are supposed to be okay. I started different topics. That's what I did in this until it was resolved. Okay. Anyway, I'll just drag that back. Now it's just wait. That's it. Forward up in a bit and guide each other in case require assistance. No, so who is? Oh, I'm pretty sure this will do. So Naveed is saying, "Where's this video?" Yeah. So the thing is that it's just gonna take forever. From on my case. Oh. There's the virtual machine couldn't be replicated. Replication for virtual machine is in error. Fix the errors and resume replication. So blah blah blah. And because of issues with connectivity to Azure storage. Oh, so there is an error. If identity is enabled on the resources vault, please make sure the log target Azure storage account has the necessary permissions to access the storage account. Go to your storage account, access control IAM at the below assignment for ARM-based storage account to the recovery services vault. Contributor role and storage blob data contributor for standard storage or storage blob data owner premium storage. Fix any issues in the event viewer. Logs, applications, and services logs. And the virtual machine couldn't be replicated. Replication is passed for virtual machine, VM, blah, blah, blah. Replication was passed by the manager. Okay, it's the same thing. Any issues? Okay, so it does tell us what to do. I'm just going to do that now. So I'm going to add my account to add my currently logged in user to the IAM or access control list of the storage account, and I'm going to try to assign my user account these roles. All right, so we're going at least somewhere now. So guys, yeah, it's not slow speed, it's the permissions. That was the error. God, that error just popped up. So I'm gonna go back here and I'll go to the storage account here. And this is a storage account, and I'm gonna go to access control IAM. And although this account has global admin rights, but it says that for the storage account, you need to give some rights. So I'm just gonna click add and add role, assign, and mend role assignment. So it's yeah. So one role is contributor, and I'm gonna go back here and check it out. Other role was so go. So one is go to storage account, blah blah blah, contributor and storage blob data contributor for storage. For standard storage, I think ours was standard storage. So I'm gonna go for storage blob data contributor. Okay, contributor. I give multiple roles in one go. I'll press control. Now one role at one time, one role. Serious. Okay. So first I'll give contributor, next select members, it's just or me, admin. Right. Forgot that I'm global admin, so I should have that access. So first this contributor role is given, and then I'm gonna go for add again, add role assignment, and what was the other one? The other one was again it is storage blob data contributor. Blob data contributor and storage blob data owner. Okay, let's go for both. Storage blob, okay, storage blob data contributor because it was a standard storage. And admin, select, next, assignment conditions, no conditions, next, assign, then no, storage blob data owner was a third if it was premium. Storage blob, I'll just give it anyway, a data owner, so there is excuses, no surprises. Oops. Previous, select members, admin, actually logged in user, which is a global admin, but Azure doesn't care. Okay, so these permissions have been given, and it should detect that right away or not. So I have to restart the replication or disable replication and then start again. I have to check it out. Properties, computer network, disks, operating system. Yeah, so other than disable replication, I don't see anything else. Error details are this. Okay, I did that already. Replication is paused for virtual machine VMware inside. Blah, blah. Okay, anyway, so this is, I just followed that. I need to start the replication again. How do I do that? So I'm going to come back here. It says healthy here. Well, it is, refresh this one as well so it could update its status. Yes, it's critical. I could just delete it. Yes. Or it just shows me disable option. Okay, I'll disable the replication. Other reasons, I don't want to provide feedback. Oh wow, that's I face issues with the site recovery. Okay, we'll be honest. Seriously, honesty takes time, man. I don't want to provide feedback. Okay. Disable synchronization. Refresh. I want to create another one, but I don't want surprises that previous one has not been disabled. Oh, okay, disabling. Good. Disable replication, remove recommended. Remove the replicated item. It's doing it now. Once it is disabled, then I'm going to enable it again, and it will check all those permissions as well. Then I hope nothing else happens. But now I have to obviously finish it, so I'll keep an eye on that. And yes, as Fahad was also saying, so I could just update you on WhatsApp. As long as I'm sitting here and anyone wants to sit and see, yeah, you can see that. Okay, so when it disables now, then we enable it, then it starts synchronizing. If the synchronization starts, I'll give the good news at that time. So it's just thinking, yeah, while that video that I was watching as a backup of just to check, any one small step that we can if we forget to put, then the whole thing goes. Uh, then there's an issue with the whole thing, right? So hey, who joined? Somebody joined 416-857-1739. Okay, nice. So guys, this is the recovery services vault lab that we are doing now as well. This lab was done 2 years back, pretty much same steps still. Okay, so um, or maybe I was disabling. It's disabled quickly. Okay, good. Okay, I still have to remove replicated item or something. Refresh. It's disabled. It should just. Oh, there you go. It's gone. Okay, I'm just gonna do the replicate again. I'm gonna go from Hyper-V machines to Azure. I'll start the same thing, exact same thing again. Next, and I'll just leave it to. Hopefully, it starts synchronization. Leave it to processing, and hopefully, it starts the synchronization process. It detects everything. It is all correct. I'll go next. Putting, and then it says yes, this is a virtual machine that we want to replicate. I say yes, this is a virtual machine that I want to replicate. All right. Okay, so it says that what is the operating system? Defaults, Windows. Why is asking select here? Anyway. And then yes, that's the virtual machine. That's the only virtual machine we have, and that's a virtual machine that has one disk. Hey, yeah, we can't select that, so it's okay. Application settings, it's loading that. And then we put the okay, so yeah, that's the replication policy. Next, review, that's it, enable replication. Okay, we start again. And hopefully the permissions were okay. I mean, we just followed what um, was written there. So hopefully it's O and K. Enabling, protect, and shun. Well, the thing is now replication has started and it's gonna go ahead. Keep an eye on that. Okay, I'm just gonna click the enable protection so we could see the progress. If the prerequisites are okay, and then the next stage is okay. Enable, okay. Enabling production is successful. So I'm just gonna go back here and recovery sources vault and go to the replicated items. And it's again there. I'm just gonna go inside. It should start. It's 0% synchronization now. Back at that. Just gonna keep refreshing it. I'll just go down here as well, and it was correctly giving that there's a replication error. So let's see if that error Is it actually gone? Did it detect that? There's no error. Sometimes the error is stubborn, sometimes it just goes away. All we can do is refresh, 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 and no until the next error arrives or pops up if there is an error. Okay, so yeah, guys, here it's 2 o'clock, and um, the link shows we can install the processor does not have required virtualization capabilities. Yeah. So you have to see this. You have to go workstation. Exactly, there's okay. Here you just have to go to processor settings, processor, and you have to enable this after shutting down the machine. Virtualize Intel VT for this virtual machine. What says, will it create a new server? Yes, it's gonna create a new virtual machine in Azure. Yeah, and then we can actually fail over to that virtual machine. So it's gonna be a working virtual machine in Azure from Hyper-V to Azure virtual machine. So yeah, Nick, I hope you got it. So shut down the full VMware virtual machine, and then go to the processor settings and processor and enable this and power on, then try again and it will work. So, if it is not. Oh, okay. So next was that same error that I got on my newer laptop, this one. And if this is the error, then I'm doing this on my older desktop where Intel VTX is supported. So that's why it's working. Yours is a bit newer processor. And if this error is coming, man. So obviously, Intel VT or virtualization option in your BIOS, laptop BIOS is okay because you have installed a virtual machine inside a VMware workstation. But inside that, it's not really supporting the Hyper-V virtualization. So this is because of your hardware. If you have some older machine as well, you have access to some kind of older machine, then you can try it there. Because I'm also stuck. My whole class was stuck. Number class, they were not able to install a virtual machine inside a virtual machine. That's where it's giving errors. So older desktops can do that, or laptops. Newer processors, they cannot do that. And I've been searching for this since forever. Inside virtual machine can it be created? So it's okay. So there's the number by okay. So once student has put that, yeah, Nick, yeah, you can try that. New Dell laptop out. I'm sure this will fix. Exactly, yes, that's the problem. So somebody there and oh, Taya, I think, or OTK. So um, has given this link in WhatsApp, but no, I've tried many of those, and many of my students also, Harvard students tried. So it still gives an error. Okay. Identity enabled, storage account, recursive services vault, contribute. Why not do that? Add the below 7 for ARM-based storage account to the recurring resource vault. Oh, okay. I actually added it the wrong way. If I go back here, I go to search and I go to recovery and recovery sources vault and go inside the recovery sources vault. So I need to add it here actually. Access control IAM, not in the storage account. Yikes. Bad. Contributor to uh, contributor to who? So it says application for which machine, blah blah blah. This error. Control add the below role assignments to the recovery sources vault. Okay. So if I go to the recovery sources vault, yes, there I am, and currently logged in user. I'll just give that user the contributor role to this storage account, or is it the storage account service that we need to give, right? But to IAM, we can give it to the user, not the service, unless there's a managed storage account, a managed account. I'm just doing that out loud thinking. Also, I'll just so it's in the storage. This recovery storage account that I need to do this storage block data contributor storage block data contributor. Um, Obviously it's not a storage account, so that's why it's not giving that role here. Hmm. So yeah, this error. Storage block data. So it says here, go to your storage account, add the below role assignment on the storage account to the services role. But it says go to the storage account. Okay, so what I did was right. Seriously, when there's an error, then there's lots of thinking going on. The recovery sources for I think in the storage account we can give access to the recovery sources vault. This is with those rules. I think this is what it's saying. So I'm just gonna go back to storage account. Maybe there's another way to give this. It is something that I didn't have to do that before. And with storage account, you can connect services, right? So security blob service. Hmm. Normally we create. Okay, guys. So this is something that I need to Google. This is something I guess new in terms of requirements. That endpoints. It clearly says go here, assignment, view access, add view access to this resource, status, role assignment, contributor, when I go there, well, source principal. There's no other source principal I'm using there than the guys. Yeah, anyone wants to go, you can go. You don't have to really sit there. But I'll just shoot and I can update you as well. But there's I'll have to try to check it out. What exactly is it saying? Replication has occurred over the machine. Azure storage. It is enabled on the organizations of want. Please make sure the log target Azure storage. Sure the log target Azure storage has the necessary permission to access the storage. And it is enabled in recovery sources. Okay. So I'll check the recovery sources account. It says here if identity is enabled in the business vault, please make sure the log targets registered account has the necessary. Registered can be granted permission to access the product required already. Not enable system sign and okay. It says if identity is enabled. I mean, it didn't say that enable identity if it is enabled. This is okay. So then it says Azure assignment, role assignments. To this classic administrators because the server again. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna be and it's also in preview, so that's not really. Oh, it is giving access to storage. And this is my storage. What is the role? Exactly. Yeah, this is what it was saying. So guys, I'm going a bit fast, trying to T-shoot. And there's another role that we wanted to get to storage. That was blob, storage blob. So storage blob that I'll read the contributor. Okay, so now we have done what it said we needed to do. And in the storage account, also the below assignment to the cursor vault. The resources vault needs to have the role assignment access in storage account. Right. I'll go disable again. I'll try it again. Okay, so this is an ongoing troubleshooting. So I will check what permissions. I didn't have to give permission before storage account, but now I think they can change their requirements anytime. So now I think we need. All right, guys. So I'll be troubleshooting that and giving you solution for this new type of error and disabling replication. So then I will update you on that, and I will pause the video or I will keep on troubleshooting, but I will stop sharing the screen. You can also, disconnect if you want to disconnect, and I'll just try to keep working on it, give a proper solution. Sometimes errors do occur, and if the errors occur, then pretty shoot. Welcome to the world of IT. It's the permission thing, so it should. This is the virtual machine that we want. Yeah, all disks. Oh, we have started again. So action will be enabled. Once it is enabled, then we can start it again. So yeah, bye then. I'll keep coming back and forth and check it out. Okay, protection is enabled. And let's see if it gives error. Where's that? Okay, so will it create a new server in Azure? Will you please show us again? How did you add the roles again? Well, if it works, so what I did was I went to Recovery Services Vault. If you're following, so Recovery Services Vault, and then Identity. So once you click the Recovery Services Vault and Identity, so first of all, turn it on, and then we can go to Azure Role Assignments. Once you go to Azure Role Assignments like this, then you go to Add Role Assignment, and then you go to Storage. Then you go to the only storage account that we have. Then we go for contributor role first. And yeah, save. And once that is done, then we go again and add role assignment. Again, select storage, select storage account. Again, now this time you need to select the blob storage, so just type storage. And blob data contributor. Then you select that storage blob data contributor. You save that as well. So these are the cool. So I go back here and check if there's still, because it might not take that so soon. Background synchronization takes time. Sometimes a few hours even. Refresh. Properties. Keep network. Show synchronization. Disks. Overview. Refresh. Okay, so in storage I give, but in storage, is there identity as well? So I'm refreshing, and down here also replication resume, replication error critical. It still says that. Application resume. Is an error. There's some storage. They did make changes in the storage account last few years. Oh, there you go. So yeah, it's again coming here. So this means that Azure is required blah blah blah. Verify identities enabled. Yeah, I did that. Make sure please make sure the target Azure storage account has permissions to access the storage account. Azure storage account access control and the below the assignment. The recovery sources what? Let me go back here. Well, obviously, I should have Googled it by now, but I'm just following the error again. Search by the so, oh, okay, guys. So what it meant. Well, let's go. If you're following, then you can go to storage account, then control access control IAM, and then click add storage account access control IAM. Click add role assignment. Then first contributor role. I was adding my currently logged in user, but that doesn't make sense because it's global admin. It has pretty much everything. So it's saying that give recovery services account access to storage account. Give one service access to another service. So it clearly says that contributor. Next, we go to managed identity, and we're actually looking for a service. So select members, manage identity. There's a recovery services vault here. It detects that. And cloud to on-prem, select members, no members, select research for and add one or more members you want to assign to the role for this service. Well, it could be us. It is us actually. Admin at no members selected. Back. I have to entering its name. Resource by entering its name. Select a resource. So I'm just gonna say that what it says here. For the recovery services vault. So what is the name of the recovery services vault? Just duplicate tab here. So I'll go to the recovery services vaults, and that's the name of the recovery services vault. It detects that here. Oh yeah, that is it. Okay, it was actually showing below there anyway, so what we need to do was select this. So we are giving recovery services vault access to store services, service, other service. Okay, select, and this was the contributor role. Selected role contributor. Next, and assign. Oh, where do I add cloud what as contributor role? The role assignment already exists. Okay, so it has already that assignment. Okay, that's a good check. I'm gonna go for the other role as well, assignment, and I'll check that that also exists or not. I'm gonna go down here to storage. That's the issue going on, so lots of things. Storage data contributor, storage block data contributor. Next, manage identity service. select members and recovery sources vault. And this is the vault that is already showing there, so I'm just going to select that and save. If it also gives the error that it's already existing, this is going a bit further. Already exists. Okay, so those permissions already exist. So we even check that now. Okay. Yeah, identity is enabled, then storage account, blah blah blah. That application and services logs. So I'm gonna check this event viewers now. Microsoft Azure recovery sources here. The Hyper-V host server and Azure application. Okay, Hyper-V host server. It keeps giving that. Okay, let me just restart this. Server manager, tools, Hyper-V manager, application. Sending replication data fields. Okay, so yeah, it needs a separate T-shoot time and connect settings. Oh, event viewer. Okay. Wow, old style event viewer. Seriously. Applications and services. Azure recovery services. There it is. And that's what it says. Regional machine. The source task. Yeah. What else? VM inside Academy. Oh, nothing. You're kidding me. Starting initial application failed. Virtual machine has GPT type check for OS disk failed. Application operation for virtual machine inside disk failed. Starting initial application. Application operation. Oh, it's the same thing. There's some information. Version successful virtual machine. Disabled application for virtual machine. Really? Um, okay. So, yeah, it's still stubbornly saying that this is it. Error details are here. Possible cause application occurs, errors occurred for virtual machines and that clouds and so on because of issues of with connectivity with Azure storage. Really? Hmm. NSG. Tools to control outbound. Yeah, NSG is for virtual machines, but it's saying it cannot connect to storage. And it says give access to the storage from your resources vault, but yeah, it's not really doing that. Endpoints. Hmm. Connectivity check. Elections of the file. Coordinated account. Okay. Google University, here it comes. Hmm. Better to connect Hyper-V with Hyper-V. Okay, so Nick shows another one, and that is which is Hyper-V with Hyper-V. The items to consider when troubleshooting private payments and previous for SIP recovery support side recovery, where was management machine. We have no way not to be aware. Mem should be in the cloud with network mapping between on-premises and virtual networks. Cloud aggregated in the application, source logs, gas VM, ensure that the high special iterations is running, some commands keep integration services up to date. Yeah, so overall this is covered. It's just the specific error that it's going for. It's the storage account error. It has given us the actual error. So we can go for ChatGPT as well for the error related information. And okay, so there is another thing here: monitoring, backup policies, diagnostic log files. Okay, backup jobs, backup alerts. We don't add recovery jobs. Tasks, preview, resource health. Yeah, alerts. If we haven't created any alerts, then it's not going to give us alerts. Uh, so I just posted the whole error. And 2022 troubleshoot recovery, disaster recovery with Azure site. Troubleshoot with prevent requisition Azure site recovery. Getting on-prem, not replicate VM on-prem run instances. Okay. It's not a regular troubleshooting. Data protection as a virtual machine is not highly available. No, it's failure, application issues, recovery, check that required services are running, machine management service, and connectivity between Hyper-V server and Azure, performance issues, best storage issues. Uh, okay, view application health. Yeah, we can check that. pause for virtual machine. Virtual machine. Just paused. It doesn't say anything else. New events. Yeah, it's saying can I call it. That's what is not so. GPT setup, yeah. So Chat GPT would you just tell the error to Chat GPT and it would. If we go to IO, it was Chat GPT. We go there. OpenAI, yeah. OpenAI. Try Chat GPT. There's try. It's gonna open and then you can ask. Uh, oh man. Okay, I logged in already, but so here you just type the error. So error details or error ID. The virtual machine couldn't be replicated. Application is paused for virtual machine. Due to problems with the virtual machine, blah blah blah. Fix any issues with the virtual services. Host is on the application. So yeah, fix any issues with the event where logs, applications, and all services. Errors occurred. Blah blah blah. Because connected with Azure storage. This is the main possible causes. So when we go to ChatGPT, I'm sorry to hear that your experience. I feel connectivity issues. There are connectivity issues between virtual machine and Azure storage application like that. This could be due to network configuration issues, firewalls, or other problems. The problems with the storage account where your virtual machine application data is being stored. Application maybe problems in the virtual machine that are causing application fail. This issue you could try to follow the status of the virtual machine application. The status of your storage account, make sure that it is available and that there are no issues with it. Check network connectivity between your virtual machine and your storage. Make sure that there are no firewall rules or connectivity issues. I turn on the firewall off. Information of the virtual machine. Make sure that it is set up correctly for the application. I have results. No, doesn't help. To regenerate response. Okay, give me something else. Could be several reasons. Set something else. Okay, check the status of the storage service in Azure portal. The network and virtual machine to ensure that they are running healthy. Application status, event logs. Oh man, it's kind of a general internet security rules to open the traffic between the virtual machine and okay, so there is that SG as you were saying. Oh. We have a VNet, we have a subnet, right? We didn't have to do that before, but maybe now Microsoft has put some right. I'll go to the resources board. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna go to VNet network and subnet. Side subnets. Look, I'm gonna create a quick NSG and connect it to our subnet that allows anything, any traffic from internet. Seriously. Central tax. That's weird. So once this is created, I'll connect it to Fast says it would be crazy if AI had the answer for the solution. Hey, so this ChatGPT is horribly correct in certain things, but in troubleshooting, it's giving kind of near the answer, more general thing. But when suppose you say that I want to have a PowerShell commandlet for creating the full VNet with 20 subnets and 5, so it will give you the whole PowerShell script for that. So that's where it's wow. You want to create something, it's perfect. And anywhere I am allowing traffic, uh, zit, what kind of traffic am I allowing? SSO, HTTPS description from anywhere, HTTPS traffic, add. Also, this is too desperate now. HTTP. Although storage account doesn't right here, yeah, go for priority. So, and I'm connecting this to the subnet. Associate. Yeah, that's the only VNet I have, and that's the only subnet that VNet has. Okay, so what we can do is just disable replication again and enable it again. Here I have to do this and leave and pause the video, and then I'll have to disconnect, guys, because I have to run. But I'll be definitely recording the whole T-shoot after that as well. And or if I get the solution, then what was the solution? So I'll share the whole thing. Because I need to run disabling application and removing replicated item. Okay, application disabled again. We wanted to go for pasta. Gandhi cuisine. Also, guys. Okay. Roti rolls. Anyway, recovery services wall. That's what we did. Just gonna keep on steps there. Man, I can create my whole lab with this. Wow. Copy paste the whole thing and put in this Word document. Oh, backup. Okay. Send backup. Instant backup actually. Okay, so I'll just check that out. Crash. Warning. 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 Initial application function machine needs to be started. Initial application can be started. Function machine disable production on the virtual machine and enable it again. So then rerun initial application on the virtual machine. Okay. Disable protection. Did I put any protection there? You know what? This machine is reset. You know what? Turn it off. Oh man. Yeah, it's crazy. It's still like that. So guys, to replicate because this is the first time this lab has given me issue. Otherwise, it has always gone smooth. Something somewhere is not working, and that needs to be found out. Okay. Sorry about that, and I was not expecting this. So I'll be troubleshooting. If you are redoing this lab, then try to check that if you found any solution with that, and we can share our results, right? Let's try to reshoot it together and make it happen, make it successful, make it work. This used to work fine. Okay, guys. So yeah, so see you next week, and also let's stay in touch on WhatsApp and let's troubleshoot that. Let's do the labs on our own again and check it out if anyone is successful with this and what was the issue. Right. Thank you. Have a nice weekend, and I'll be troubleshooting that too. Uh, after I just have to run now. So bye bye. Pause, not stop.